understand that, oh, okay. I'll say that again since I think I came in right in the middle of the recording. Sorry about that, Keisha. Apologize. It's 10 o'clock. Looks like we have a quorum. So I will go ahead and call this meeting of the Board of Directors for the Denton County Transportation Authority to order August 26, 2021. Let me get this off. And I understand we have all the regular board members, except I believe Council Member Green, you are standing in for Mayor Gilmore. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry. Okay, great, wonderful. All right, well, we'll go ahead and we've called to order as I've done in the past. Wanted to open it up to anyone that would like to give the invocation. Is there anyone that would like to give the invocation? If not, we'll just have a moment of silence.
Recording in
I thought I heard. I'm getting some feedback or something. Okay, seeing none, if we could just take a moment of silence to remember those in our country and also those outside the country based upon recent events who may have been injured. So if we could just take a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. All right, our next item on the agenda are introductions. Do we have any introductions? Special introductions? All right. The next one will be, the next item on the agenda is public comment. I do have at least one public comment via email that will be read into the record. And then you see instructions here on the screen. If you would like to have some public comment and you are participating in the call, please do so by using the raise hand function, and we will recognize you. All right, this public comment comes from Mr. Jim Owen. And Mr. Owen says, I will confine my comments to the initial opening comments section. Please look at the graph shown on the Zoom camera. The top line is 20 through 21 money spent through June from the check register of DCTA. At the last audit, it was noted that DCTA spent over $7 million on vendors and suppliers, more than they spent on personnel. DCTA fired that audit firm. Our 5-member voting board has never said no to any funding requests of the executive staff. DCTA has current bonded indebtedness of around $21 million. That is, were there more comments than that? Keisha, that's what I sort of picked up off the email.
That is all the comments that I received via email.
Okay, all right. Okay, then I want to open it up to if there's anyone that's participating in the meeting of the public that would like to make some public comments. Please do so by initiating your raise hand function, and we will recognize you. And I believe public comments are 3 minutes. Is that correct, Mr. Gorfita?
That is correct.
Okay.
I do not see any raised hands, Chair. However, I do see a few people that have elected to call in. So if you would give me the opportunity to read the last 4 of their phone numbers to see if they might want to speak during this time.
Yes, that's fine. And then we'll recognize them and they'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. The first caller is the last 4 digits is 8981. If you would like to speak during this time, go ahead and unmute yourself. And as a reminder, you have 3 minutes. Okay. I don't see that person has unmuted, so I'll go to the next person, which is the last 4 digits is 1912. Caller, if you would like to speak during this time of the agenda, go ahead and unmute yourself. And as a reminder, you have 3 minutes.
Be sure and check your mute. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Keisha, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't see that they have made an attempt to unmute either. I only had 2 callers for this meeting, so, and I do not see any raised hands.
Okay, well then, seeing none, seeing no raised hands, seeing no more callers, having no more email public comment, we will close the public comment portion of this meeting. What I want to do now is arrange the agenda in just a, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We need to, I want to take the executive session before we do the agenda items 2, 3, and 4. So, but what we'll do is we'll go through the consent agenda, get the agenda item number 1, which is the bond sales, because I believe we have some outside third parties that are waiting, so don't want to necessarily have them wait through our executive session. So we'll go ahead and move down through our agenda on the consent agenda. Are there any questions on the consent agenda? Let's see. I don't see any raised hands. And if I miss you, just don't hesitate to just speak up. All right, I don't see any questions on the consent agenda. Chair would entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Chairman, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as listed.
All right, do we have a second? Okay. I believe Treasurer Burke seconded that. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed by like sign. Consent agenda passes unanimously. Let's move on to the regular agenda item 1, which is discuss and consider resolution R21-04, authorizing the issuance of Denton County Transportation Authority sales tax refunding bonds, series 2021.
Thank you, Chair. I will take that item. As the board has been briefed, we have 2 bonds, one with a maturity date of 2031. It's the second of our 2 bonds. As you recall, we refinanced the earlier bond, saved a significant amount of money. This is an opportunity to refinance our outstanding bond that was issued in 2011, still with the same maturity date, with a significant savings around, I think it's $940,000. We have Laura Alexander that's going to walk us through with Hilltop, and Robert Dransfield, partner of Norton Rose Fulbright, on the phone. I'm going to hand it over to them to brief the board on where we are with the outcome of the solicitation. Laura.
Good morning. Just similar to last year, we did a private placement sort of competitive process, and you'll see the bid results there in front of you. We got great interest with 6 different banks showing up yesterday. Wells Fargo was the low cost provider, and you'll see the interest rate they bid was 1.28%. And then we make adjustments for various costs or fees that are still an obligation of DCTA, and some of them have different legal counsel fees, and that's why you see the other cost numbers being a little bit different, but we adjust for that, and you'll see the true interest cost is really more your all-in borrowing cost associated with the bid there on the far right. And like I said, really pleased with the interest and the results, and the bids were fairly tight. The next slide actually has the savings projections based on that interest rate. So again, a format that may look similar to you. So the debt service on the left is the 2011 payments that you're refinancing. So those will go away once this deal closes. And then the Series 2021 refunding debt payments will become the new debt service. And you'll see there's almost $100,000 savings in every year, resulting in a little over $1 million total debt service savings to the authority as a result of this refinancing. So I think it's a great result. Happy to answer any questions or get into the specifics a little bit more. I know the bond resolution that was in your board packet was a draft. We've made it conforming to the Wells Fargo bid, and I know that was kind of scrambling, since this is how this works, to short turnaround, and that new revised bond order. I think Raymond has it and staff has it. But like I said, it really just makes it conforming to the Wells Fargo bid.
Okay. Any questions? Well, this is I really appreciate everybody's work on this. I think I'm not going to say it's free money, but it basically almost is when you cut your interest rate by almost 60% from over 3 to 1.2 plus percent. So yeah, this was a no-brainer. So appreciate everybody's work on this and getting this done to really help out the agency and the member cities and the taxpayers. Chair would entertain a motion on this agenda item.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion to
Second.
approve. We have a motion and a second.
Second.
All in favor, please,
Yeah.
please signify by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed by like sign. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all so much for that. All right, so we're going to move now into executive session. And those that, Keisha, those that I had mentioned to you earlier, Raymond, I wanted to ask you, did you want an opportunity in the beginning or towards the end of that, you know, because the board's going to need to have a discussion in private. Did you want an opportunity just for a few minutes on the front end to just sort of share your thoughts?
Yes, I would like that very much. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So if we could include Raymond in that as well, and we will then let her set up the room and be back here shortly. And we'll call both items A and B.
Chairman, do you
I
want me
guess
in?
I need to do it. Yeah. And Joe, yes, Joe. Yeah. You're
Okay.
involved as well.
And then
Yeah.
don't forget to
Do you
read
need
the
to
section.
reread the executive session? Oh, go ahead,
Yeah,
Joe.
I was fixing to do that. Let me find it. You know, I get this all, I've got so much, I've got 1,000 pages of backup here that I'm trying to, okay, for the executive session. Hold on, guys. Here we go. All right. The board will convene in an executive session beginning at 10:12. As authorized pursuant to section 551.071, paragraph 2, or parentheses 2 of the Texas Government Code, for the purpose of seeking confidential legal advice from the general counsel on any agenda item listed herein or the regular board meeting agenda. And then also executive session B, as authorized by section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code of the Board of Directors, may convene into closed executive session for the purposes of discussing the duties and evaluations of the Chief Executive Officer. So we will give it just a moment to create that room. If we could start reconvening. Wrong headphones. Sorry, I had on the wrong headphones. If we could start reconvening, that would be great. Okay. Okay. Have we got everybody here? I believe we've got Diane still out waiting on. Hey, Jody. Yep. Okay. I think we're good. Is that, are you seeing that, Joe?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Joe, do I need to call us back into, I guess I need to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on just a moment.
And use the current time as reconvening.
Okay. All right. We will now reconvene in open session for this board meeting of the Denton County Transportation Authority on May the 26th, 2021 at 12:13 p.m. And we'll move down through our agenda. We've covered agenda item number 1 of our regular agenda, which is we've completed that. Now we're moving to agenda item number 2. Consider authorization of Chief Executive Officer to allow exceptions to the revolving door policy provision contained in Chapter 7 of the Denton County Transportation Authority Employee Handbook.
Thank you, Chair Watts. I'm recommending the directors authorize me as the Chief Executive Officer to enter into an incentive agreement for the positions of Deputy CEO and Chief Financial Officer due to the current employing current.
Raymond, I think we're on agenda item number 2, which is the revolving door provision. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, Let me restate that. So we're asking to review we're asking the board to consider authorizing waiver of the revolving door policy in order to support the employees or the new employees that will be coming in with the departure of the Deputy CEO and VP of Operations. I want to make sure that the new folks that are coming in have support to ask questions, to get advice and counsel as we look to execute the work plan for the current year, which has a significant amount of programs. Their departure represents roughly 21 years of experience that have left. I would certainly appreciate the board's support and waiving the policy so that we can engage them as necessary to support onboarding of folks and executing projects.
Okay, any discussion, comment? I've got a couple of comments, but I wanted to give my colleagues opportunity.
I'll start. I think I understand the reason for it. I think I could support it as long as it's a very small dollar amount, $15,000 or less. I'm concerned with the optics of it. I do understand the need for it, but it needs to be. That's my thoughts. It should not be very large amount. Thank you.
I'd like to weigh in on that as well. I agree the optics of it are quite problematic. Generally speaking, I feel like the revolving door policy is in place to protect the agency and the taxpayers. I have major concerns, although I do understand the circumstances and why this is being asked. I think it's a bad idea to forego policy that is in place for a reason. I just don't think I can support despite the situation we're in, I just don't think I can support giving an exception on our policy.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll share my comments. I understand the stated need, and in no way would I want you, Mr. Suarez, to interpret either if I support or don't support it as anything towards you. My concern is, first of all, I respect everybody's ability to make a decision for their life, to better their life, to move on to different employment, to move on to different. So nothing about my comments are meant to be towards any one person or any one individual. But I think we're in capable hands. I think we can find the resources to continue to move forward without a hitch. You know, I spoke with VIA personally and just wanted to hear them reassure me that, you know, the launch is on schedule. Everything's really ahead of schedule. They're just as invested in this. But lastly, I think where also these people wound up being employed, which are companies that we do business with, I think it really that concerns me, and I think the optics could be very problematic, especially given that, you know, we've had some in our community who have expressed strong concern for this initiative. And to me, it's not just about what the amount of money is expended. It's if someone has chosen to, you know, move forward. I understand that, can appreciate that. We have to move forward with where we are. So I'm not going to be able to support a waiver of the policy for those reasons. Anybody else? Yes.
I just had one additional comment that I wanted to say that that I forgot to mention before. I'm concerned that if we were to bypass this policy, because I mean, we feel like we've got extenuating circumstances. I fear that it will set a precedent for this to happen again and again and again, which completely goes against the reason why we have the policy in the first place. And that's the other part of my concern, is just that once we say, yes, we'll do it in this case, then it gets harder to say no to the next time this happens. And then at that point, there's really no point in having the policy at all. And which is very concerning, because I think it's a very valid policy and we need it.
And I believe I saw your hand. Was it? Or no? Or was it?
Go ahead, Ray.
I think Diane had her hand up, and then I would like to say something after Mr. Burt.
Yes, go ahead. All right.
So I feel like, yes, there are concerns with removing the policy, setting precedents. We are in a unique situation, and those that are coming on board to fill these positions are coming in at a time when we're, you know, pushing out a complete transformation of our delivery of service. I can say, for instance, I get help with the RTC 900 pages that comes out, and I get help, and we always have gotten help with, you know, someone who knows how to look it over, make annotations, do those type of things that are relevant to DCTA. And it's not to have that, it's to have that person come back and just give the new person some some guidance on how to do that, because if not, everything is going to fall on Raymond. And I'm okay with, you know what, we did it at that time because there was a necessity. I don't think it's something that we get rid of and then we fall into having to do it all the time. This is unique circumstances. And I certainly would support as our vice chair at a minimal cost. Thank you.
All right, Sam.
Raymond, can
Oh,
you,
I'm sorry, Treasurer.
oh, did I interrupt somebody? Sorry.
No. I said Sam. I'm sorry for the informality. Go ahead.
No,
Go
that's
ahead,
okay. Sam is
Treasurer Barrett.
fine. I know who you're talking about. Raymond, what is the specific proposal first with VIA? I mean, has there been discussion of, in other words, our policy is we don't pay people to do stuff that for a certain period of time, if in fact they've gone to work for one of our vendors. And so my biggest concern is really Nicole, because she was involved with that process of approving that bid. And I don't think anything nefarious went on. And I think Chris has probably confirmed that through conversations with VIA. But I also don't want our vendors to be casual about this either. But if they want to pay Nicole to provide some onboarding services, you know, and we're not paying her, I don't know that that's a violation of the policy. So I'm confused about, in other words, why are we being asked to waive the policy? Because as I understand the policy, it's just that we don't pay people to provide services for us when they go to work for a vendor.
That's correct. The policy specifically defines that they are not to be engaged with the agency specific to the RFP that they were engaged in developing, soliciting, and then going to work for them. It doesn't say that they can't work for other purposes. I'm bringing this to the board for a couple of reasons. One is I absolutely understand and I share the concern. The policy is there to ensure that if there's any reason to do anything other than what is in the policy, that we discuss it before any action is taken. I can tell you that the services that I'm looking for from Nicole have very little to do with the implementation of VIA. I want to make sure that from the marketing plan, from the execution perspective for the new director of that area that's coming in, that they have someone to help them come up to speed over the next several months. That's the intent. VIA, as I mentioned before, is a large organization. They don't have to have Nicole on this program. If they were going to, as part of the waiving of the policy, if she were to engage her team and work with her team to ensure that it's executed properly, that's on them. There's no cost to DCTA. So the intent of waiving the policy had less to do with VIA, more to do with onboarding of the new staff. My job is to try to train the organization, incoming personnel, so that we execute the body of work that's before us. It's going to be very challenging for me to do that. While I'm capable of doing this with the team, it's an extraordinary amount of effort for me to try to engage across all disciplines, the planning, engineering, design, construction, rail operations, bus operations, outreach, marketing. It's a lot to do as the chief executive officer. So what I was hoping that the board would, I know it's difficult and the perception is not good, but my job is to mitigate the risk and ensure that we execute the body of work. That's why I feel it's important that for folks that are coming into these new positions, if they need to, they can reach out to AECOM. They can reach out to Christina if necessary as they come in to talk about federal process, to talk about where the long-range plan might be, that those sorts of activities and initiatives. So
I
that's,
don't think that's a violation of the policy. Maybe I need to,
so with
I think unless they charge us for that service, they can pick up the phone and call Nicole and say, hey, what about this or that? Or that's my reading and I want to get some clarity on it. But
Joe,
if we need 10 hours of support from AECom, and Christina was involved in securing the AECom contract, and we need her to consult back to the agency, that's what I would expect for us to be able to access. AECom nor VIA are interested in doing this unless we're okay with waiving the policy. It wasn't their request, it was mine. And my concern is literally to make sure that we onboard the new employees, period.
okay. Joe, could you clarify? Because it's, go ahead.
So the policy states, employees of DCTA who subsequently leave employment with DCTA may not represent or receive compensation for services rendered on behalf of any person regarding a particular matter in which he or she participated while serving with the agency, either through personal involvement or because the matter was within his or her official responsibility. Then it says a former employee subject to the revolving door prohibition may work on matters similar to matters he or she worked on as a DCTA employee, but not on exactly the same matters.
so Nicole can do anything for us other than VIA. And Christina can do anything for us other than matters related specifically to AECom's scope of work. Is that correct?
That is correct, without being a violation of the revolving door policy. Provided they're not working on something that they actually participated with while they were at the agency.
And I think that's why, Raymond, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's why you're asking for this, because if Christina worked on the contract with the AECom, well, that's having to do with anything really regarding the agency that contractor sort of provides services for. So that's pretty broad.
That's correct.
And with Nicole, when you're talking about marketing, you're really referring to primarily marketing for the Go Zone and our new sort of initiatives. It's not, I mean, I don't think you're necessarily specifically referring to just general marketing for the agency, which includes those marketing activities that are directly related to VIA. So you said something, and I just want to share my thoughts. When you said that the training of these individuals falls upon you to bring them up to speed, I'm going to have to say I disagree with that, because I think that these are executive level positions. And I think that it's in the hiring process and in the interview process where we can determine, we don't need to be hiring someone who can't hit the ground running at 70 or 80% or 90% speed, quite frankly. So I think that it's a matter of who we're hiring and how qualified they are based upon our need. So I understand there may be some gap, but at these executive level positions, I think it needs to be de minimis. So I'm still, I can't support these for my reasons stated. And then I think that it just sets these are extenuating circumstances, I think. But again, these individuals chose to leave during these extenuating circumstances. And I get that, and that's okay. That's all right. We're here. We're left to deal with this and to move forward. And I feel very confident in your ability to select candidates that can either provide their own experience or they know of resources themselves that they can draw upon. So I think there's just too many, Joe would understand this term, and it might be a little strong. There's just too many potentially I don't want to say unclean hands, but it doesn't look very arm's length. And to me, that's problematic because I think we can get the need met. I really
Okay.
believe we can get that, but that's just me. We haven't taken a vote. So
Right.
those are just my thoughts. Yep.
Well, and just maybe training was the wrong word choice. It's familiarizing a person who has the experience in marketing with our cycle, with the existing marketing plan and strategy. And I don't know that I have much more to offer other than onboarding new folks. Certainly they can come in and help. I'm going to reiterate the span of gap is what I'm trying to address and make sure that we can continue to deliver for this agency.
Who's doing the marketing now?
Adrian, I have one person. She's a manager of
Okay.
the organization.
So, okay. All right. Okay. Yes, Kristen. I mean, Mayor Pro Tem. Pardon me.
I was gonna let Cesar go first. He raised his hand first.
Oh, I didn't see him. Cesar, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Raymond, I guess when we spoke about this earlier, in my mind, what I understood you were looking for is, for lack of the correct legal description, I thought it was like a personal services contract with Nicole and in my mind, it was a personal service contract between Nicole and the agency, between Christina and the agency, to allow your team to call them up and pay them on an agreed upon hourly rate for them to give you some of their thoughts, experiences. Hey, this is where I've put away this particular file on this particular project. More to transfer institutional knowledge across. And that's kind of what I thought it was. I'm kind of thinking, I'm kind of hearing in your discussion, and maybe I'm misunderstanding it, that you really want to get into a contract with VIA, then the resources Nicole, or with AECOM and the resources Nicole.
No, and it is a bit confusing. My apologies for that. So with Nicole, it would be a personal contract because the work effort has nothing to do with VIA.
Okay.
But for full transparency, I don't know that violates the revolving door policy. The part that would is if she were working on behalf of VIA on our contract. And I don't know that we need that portion of it. So that's with Nicole. With there's an opposite side of this agreement, and that's the person that we're addressing with Christina. She was preferring that we just do it through the contract with AECOM that we already have, because there's going to need to be discussion about the TRIP program, the policy, how it works. But look, I'll take it under advisement. I don't know whether she would be interested in doing a personal contract.
So I need some clarification, Joe. Because my understanding of the reading is, I mean, to enter into even a personal contract with one of our ex-employees, I mean, the board may not have any say in that, but I need to express my opinion on that. And I mean, if I'm against waiving the revolving door policy, it's not just because of a technicality of she's working for a vendor. It's because this person is working for a vendor. She chose to leave her employment here. And I know that that's a common practice sometimes for people to be hired back as quote unquote consultants. But that's really, those are typically on further down the line instead of a month or two, or really literally 2 or 3 weeks after the termination date. So Joe, is it just, I mean, the need for the waiver, is it just because that person would be representing the employee or that they went to?
Not knowing the scope of what exactly they would be doing, it's hard for me to give a definitive answer of whether or not there would be a violation, but it defines participated. It means to have taken action as an officer or an employee through decisions, approval, disapproval, recommendations, giving advice, investigation, or similar actions. So depending on
Okay.
the scope of what it is that they were working on.
Okay.
Let me make it maybe a more simple conversation so the board can decide what direction it wants to give. I am not interested in entering into any contract, whether personal or through the agency themselves, without support of the board. So I don't want to do this on a technicality.
Okay.
I want to try to support the agency, mitigate risk, and execute the business plan. So that's what I offered as a consideration to the board. And so if it's the board's vote to not move forward with it, then we won't, and we will find another way to prosecute the business.
Okay. All right. Any other question or discussion? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mine was just related to what Cesar was asking, but so I guess what I'm hearing, it's probably both, but I think that the biggest thing for me is that if we're going through a consultant, or even if a separate contract with that specific individual is drafted, the concern is that now we're paying consultant rates versus what we were paying before. So now we're paying more for that employee, which is that's exactly the reason why we have the revolving door policy, to protect ourselves from having to do that. So it just seems, I mean, I understand the situation, but it does seem like what we need to do is works against the exact intent of what that policy is. Because AECOM would be billing us for if she was able to come over and help on board, they would be billing us for that time that they wouldn't have before, and we would be paying a consultant overhead rate, right?
Correct.
Okay. So that's what my concern is.
Sure, and
There's
that's why
not
we're
any-
having,
oh,
that's
go
why
ahead.
we're having
Sorry,
this
Ray.
conversation, so that we just have complete transparency. I want to make sure that I'm not doing anything that the board is not comfortable with. I just want to express the concern about being able to get the execute the body of work.
Okay. All right. If there's not any more discussion or questions, Chair would entertain either action or no action. Chair would entertain any action that this board desired as far as a motion. Is there any motion? Calling one more time for a motion. All right, seeing no motion, I believe, Joe, I guess the agenda item fails for lack of a motion. Is that correct? Okay. All right, we'll move on then to agenda item 3, which is, let's see. Oh, consider incentive agreements for the positions of Deputy Chief Executive Officer, CEO, and Chief Executive Officer, and Chief Financial Officer.
Okay, thank you, Board Chair. With the recent departure of key personnel in a competitive regional job market, the CEO is requesting the Board of Directors to authorize me to offer incentive packages to the position of Deputy CEO and CFO. Under the current employee manual, executive staff accrues 4 weeks of vacation annually. The incentive agreement would increase vacation leave by 2 weeks to 6 weeks total. In addition, I'd like to offer a severance agreement up to 4 months of employee's base salary. However, the employee would need to be eligible for severance pay, or basically working 6 months continuously for the agency. I feel this is an important incentive to offer based on the job market.
Okay. Any questions, comments?
One comment.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
was curious, Raymond, they're both identical. I kind of thought maybe the CFO might have a slightly lower severance amount. Just what are your thoughts? I mean, because you have the deputy and then the CFO.
I think both positions are extremely critical to the agency's ability to execute. I feel that it's important. I don't know that an extra week would make that big of a difference. Again, I've explained that the job market for CFOs, especially ones that have experience in transit and federal, is extremely challenging. I believe
No, I mean, I agree with you. I was just curious because, I thought, well, maybe the CFO, you might give them 3 months of severance,
I see.
deputy 4 months. That's kind of where I was thinking you might have just a slight difference. But I just want to talk about that, throw it out.
Okay.
Any comments, questions? And I've got a couple, but I wanted to give my colleagues an opportunity to share. Okay. I struggle with this one. I certainly struggle with 4 month severance after a 6-month probationary period. Now, you didn't mention it, but in the agreement, at least the one that we have, is that only is triggered if that person is terminated without cause. I think that would be better addressed in an incentive package of salary and additional benefits. The vacation, I'm a no-go on the 6 weeks vacation. I think when you look at the other agencies in the area and their vacation accrual, people don't get to 6 weeks. I mean, that's what you have, I think, currently in your contract. I think 4 weeks is adequate in that regard. So I'm not really in favor of this at this point because, what I don't want to do is make these decisions in this vacuum of everybody's talking about we're in this dire strait with these people leaving. Okay, that may be so, but this is temporary. We don't know. I don't even know if there's been offers made to people that have been turned down because of these things. So it's hard to know exactly how to fall on this provision because, number one, the board does not hire and fire. The board is not involved in personnel matters other than the CEO. But if we're being asked to provide an incentive as a tool, then I think, I'd certainly like to have more information on, what resistance have we been getting, and I don't know any of that, and I certainly don't think that after 6 months, a probationary period, I think somebody needs to work a little longer, because to get terminated without cause, first of all, Raymond, you're a professional. You're not gonna terminate someone without cause unless there's something really going on that just doesn't meet the definition of cause. So you have to be doing something fairly major to that maybe not fit in our definition of for cause to be let go. And 4 months, those are my thoughts. I mean, I don't really have any other rationale other than I think it's just, I think we can, as we move forward in this process, and certainly if you were to come back and say, look, I've been trying to hire somebody for 6 months and I can't do it. But right now, I just think that there's opportunity for us to meet those needs without necessarily, I feel in some ways it's a reaction to as someone had put it, in a vacuum of what's happening, not in a vacuum of what's happening. And this is very acute. This isn't something that I think is going to.
You went on mute. Chair.
Yep, there we go. This is very acute. It's not chronic. And I believe that, I have confidence in your ability to, process through the applications and provide the offer that you think is necessary. So one thing of clarification, though, is the person who had tendered their resignation in the chief financial officer role, are they still employed or did that resignation take effect?
The resignation did not take effect upon my request. As we discussed prior, the request was to work with the CFO. The person was going to take some time off, so they've been working part-time. They were interested in seeing how the board was going to support the additional staff, to address the concerns that the employees had. So additional staff and any other decisions that need to be made for that person to determine that they were going to plan on staying. So that was upon my request, so that we didn't wind up terminating the employee and then having to rehire the employee. So they're taking their vacation and their sick leave, and
Let's try to stay on the agenda.
Okay, all right. Okay, so Joe, so let me ask you, as far as, because my questions are about trying to understand who this incentive policy will apply to. In other words,
Would it apply to the current CFO?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. And so then my question was towards being able to further refine some facts regarding that would help me support or non-support this. So yeah, that answers my question. Okay. All right.
No.
Anybody else? Oh, yes, Diane.
Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, sorry, Sam. Yeah, I saw her raised hand, so I didn't see your physical raised hand. Sorry.
So, yeah, I guess I'm confused about this. So we are, Raymond will be leaving as our CEO. And I feel like we're getting in the nitty gritty of what his job is in hiring. I think there's been interviews. I think if we're going to start questioning every single little thing, then again, we shouldn't be a board of operators. We're board of directors. And so to say that this isn't an unusual time is being blinded. We are taking out September, this initiative to go out. We've had lots of feedback from the community. Can we just get the people we need to help do this? This is my concern, and these are my comments.
Thank you. Sam.
Yes. So
Treasurer.
is this before the board because we're seeking to change the employee manual?
Because this is an agreement, it's a contract. So it would require board action, and it's not congruent with the existing employee manual.
So are there specific agreements that you want to include these terms that you're in the process of negotiating?
Correct.
Okay.
And if you look at the marketplace, there are incentives being offered that DCTA typically would not offer: signing bonuses, other retention and offers that are being made in the marketplace that make it very challenging for us to hire individuals. We have a particular hire that timing is a great opportunity to bring someone on, but there's other offers that are being made to individuals in the marketplace. So I was using this as a way to address not just short-term issues, but competitive forces in the marketplace.
Well, if you're asking for discretion to enter into agreements that include these incentives because it's market driven, I'm in favor of that. If we're being asked to modify the employment manual to this, I'm not in favor of that. But I want you to be able, if you feel like you're seeing in the market that this is what it takes to be competitive, I want to give you the authority to respond to that. But I don't want to modify the employment manual to include these benefits for everyone, going forward.
I think
go
that
ahead.
I think what I'm hearing from Chair Watts is sort of the same thing that I'm hearing from Sam, that you know, do we even, I mean, what is the reaction to what we can currently offer, what you can currently offer under the agreements that we have? Is it an issue, or are you getting pushback where you're getting feedback saying, well, I can get 6 weeks at this other organization, so I'm going to go there instead? I just don't know, like, how much of an incentive is, you know, an extra 2 weeks of vacation. Is that going to be the make or break of somebody taking this job versus not taking the job? And the severance, you know, in theory, most likely won't even come into, you know, hopefully won't ever come into the equation at all. So I don't know how much anybody considering employment with us would be considering that as a factor either. So I'm just curious, how much are you seeing people pushing you back on these two items that you think that this is something that would really give us a competing leading edge?
What I'm hearing from the top two executive search firms that do this for a living, that those positions are well compensated. What I know about the departures of the folks that left this agency, the compensation package was significantly higher. And what I'm trying to respond to also is that the competitive, there's going to be a lot of positions that are going to be hired in this region that are going to be open. So it's part of a retention tool. It's not significant, to your point. So it shouldn't be that significant of an issue for the board. From a competitive perspective, I agree with you that the severance package is only going to get executed if I'd be making a poor hiring decision if I needed to get rid of somebody in 6 months. But it is one of the few negotiating tools that we have to try to attract and retain folks in this marketplace. I can tell you on multiple positions, we've made offers and people turned it down because the vacation wasn't enough and the compensation hasn't been enough. And in many cases, we're not getting enough applicants. And there's a lot of speculation as to why, but typically that has to do with pay and benefits. So that's what I can tell you about what I know. The research that I've done, the conversations that I've had with peers about what they're paying for these positions in the marketplace. So that's why I made this suggestion to help support me in securing these positions and moving forward.
So I'm a little confused. What I'm hearing you say, and I'm a lot confused actually. What I'm hearing you say with this specific request that you're bringing to the board. So my first question is, these two positions, do we have employment contracts with those two positions today? With the people that are either going to stay or go, not sure which one, and the ones that have gone, the deputy CFO, the deputy CEO, and the CFO. Do we have employment contracts, or did we have employment contracts with them?
No.
Okay, so folks, let's all understand this. This is a whole different paradigm shift, because what I'm understanding, and so Raymond, as the CEO, and you want to hire someone, are you constrained by the salary that you offer somebody outside of board approval? We don't control the salary that you offer someone.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
We don't control the employee handbook may control specific things like vacation, but as far as vacation accrual or offering someone, does the employee handbook state that you can't? And so, Joe, the reason I'm asking these questions is to understand the need for this board action to begin with. That's the reason I'm asking these questions. So not to get too far out of posting, that there is a rationale to link my questions to the agenda item. So if you were going to offer someone vacation pay, are you limited currently by the employee handbook on what you can offer somebody at a particular position?
Yes.
And that is, what is that amount?
4 weeks.
Okay, so, all right. So, and you are limited, are you limited by the employee handbook to offer some type of severance?
I will ask Joe to respond to
Yeah,
that.
there's no provision in the handbook that provides for severance.
Okay. So is it your proposal then that these two positions be converted to an employment contract methodology? In other words, we're going to execute an employment contract with both of these positions and include the provisions that they will agree to and that you agree to as the CEO, which the board, now the board may have to approve those contracts, I guess, because they're probably over the limit. So are you proposing that these positions become contractual in nature, or are they
No.
still at will at nature?
They'd still be at will as regular employees. The reason that I brought it forth the way I did is because it's my understanding, because this is outside of the employee policy or employee manual, that it would be in a contract with individuals. And so the severance and the vacation would be
And
additional.
let me clarify this. The way the agreement, the draft agreement that was proposed by Raymond is as not an employment agreement. We'll call it an incentive agreement, which specifically stated except for the provisions in that agreement, which were the extension of the vacation, payout of vacation, and the severance, that they are employees at will. There's no term in the agreement for their employment.
Okay. The word agreement keeps being used, and I'm assuming that's not an oral agreement. I mean, when you say that we have an agreement for severance and agreement for an additional 2 weeks of vacation.
So it's a written agreement. It's an incentive written agreement.
Okay. All right. So it's a contract. It's an incentive agreement, but yet the contract can be breached.
Correct.
Okay. And is that a contract or an agreement that the board has to approve?
Raymond, you want to address that? It's going to be the amount.
I think it's the amount that
Well, first, you have to approve it because what he's offering goes above what you propose, what you approved in the employment manual, because the board approved the employment manual. So yes, to that question, as far as the amount, I'm not certain what the amount would be, if it would also trigger the amount. So possibly check two boxes, one being because it goes past what you offered in your employment agreement, in your personnel manual, and based on the amount of money. I don't think it will exceed the amount of money under Raymond's authority, though.
Okay, then help me understand why, if the board is for this, and we don't know yet, we haven't taken a vote, why would we just not put this in the employee handbook as these two specific positions and give that latitude? I'm not saying I'm for or against it, but this is, I mean, to me, if this is only going to apply to two positions, it's still going to be an agreement that the board has to approve. I mean, from what I'm hearing, even though there's only two provisions really, the severance incentive and the vacation. And I know that treasurer didn't want to modify the employee handbook, but if this is going to be something that's going to follow these positions, notwithstanding who's in those positions, then I don't understand why we don't.
That's certainly a good option. It'll take a little bit of time to get the employee handbook changed and then brought back to the board.
Because if it's not in the employee, because then, I mean, Raymond, honestly, I think if you want to offer that to someone, now that I'm hearing that this is an agreement, I don't know if I want to say, I just agree to this carte blanche. I mean, especially if there's going to be a contract that comes to us that we have to approve. Because if it comes to us and we approve it, we approve it. Now, that means it would have to be all considered on a case-by-case basis, which I can understand the challenges and the problems of that. But when you present a contract with the candidate, with all the other benefits that are being offered, see that we're sort of looking at these in a vacuum. you can offer additional salary. You can, I'm assuming, so if we need to look at a more comprehensive approach to your ability to offer these executive positions, competitive offers, well, that's a policy discussion certainly worth having. I'm a little concerned with policies being applied to employees that we're not even quite sure whether they're going to be here because of, based upon at least your report, whatever the board does is still going to be sort of part of that decision-making process, which makes me go back to the resignation letter and those kinds of things and the problems associated with that. But so I've probably beat this horse enough. Bad choice of words. I've probably discussed this enough from my perspective. I'm just trying to flush out really what we're really trying to do here. And if there's a better way to do it that is giving you the tools more efficiently, effectively. And so those are my thoughts. Any other questions or discussions? If not, the chair would certainly entertain a motion. Yes, Diane.
So, Mr. Chair, I certainly agree with you that, maybe we ought to look at it as a policy discussion at some point. I just don't want to hold this up for another month. We need to get people hired, people going. So I don't know what the happy medium would be with that. So anyway, I'm open to suggestions.
Well, what I'm hearing is that maybe if once there's a specific candidate and a specific agreement drafted up, that would have to come to the board anyway. So if we didn't approve this today, or maybe I heard that wrong, but if we didn't approve this today, could we still have all of that could be written into a specific agreement with a specific person that could come before the board and we could evaluate the agreement as a whole and say yes or no?
Yes,
That would require us going into the next month, correct?
yes, and I have candidates that I really need to make offers to. That I don't want to lose these candidates. Without getting into
Okay,
specifics,
I understand. I
can't
understand that.
disappoint. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion if everybody's ready.
Sure.
I would move that we approve and authorize the chief executive officer to offer incentive agreements, which include an increase in vacation leave to 6 weeks annually, and additionally offering increase in vacation leave. And also that we'd authorize the CEO to offer severance pay equal to 4 months of an employee's base salary, and that would be triggered after 6 months. This being authority given to the chief executive officer, which he'll have discretion to use or not use as necessary to secure a particular employee.
Clarification, Sam. Did you say 6 weeks of sick leave?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I meant to
All
say vacation leave.
Okay. All right.
Trying to
Okay.
track the board memo on page 489.
Okay.
Just trying to
Okay.
clarify, it wasn't a change in policy. It was something that the CEO could offer as.
Yes. Okay. All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second for approval of the incentive policy as presented by the CEO. Is that correct? There weren't any changes made to that?
Other than I was just clarifying, it wasn't a change in the handbook. It's something that he has the authority to offer as necessary.
Okay. All right. And my understanding is those agreements. Okay. So I have a question for Joe then before we take a vote. We've talked about these have to be agreements, this incentive agreement, which, unless I'm wrong, I understood that incentive agreement, because it's an agreement, has to come before the board. Or is there something in this that does away with that?
So the way that this is written, the incentive agreements were sent to each of you under.
Yes, and I've read it. Yes.
Yes, you actually have the incentive agreement. So what you're doing is you're approving giving authority to Raymond to go ahead and use those those incentive agreements as a negotiation tool. The reason they're before you is because they are different than the provisions that are in the personal policy manual that you've adopted. And they may be before you because of the amount, Raymond. You'd have to answer that question. I don't know if it
Because
comes
of the amount. It's
and
because of the
because of
amount.
the amounts. That's the two reasons they are before you.
Okay, hold on. Let me put my eyeballs on that because you've said something that I just need to make sure that, what page is it on? Sam, did you say 489 or something? Or-
That's the
Yes, sir.
That's the staff report, but the agreements, I believe Raymond sent out under separate email.
Do we
Correct.
have that?
Yeah.
Do
Back
we
in my
have that?
motion, the
where-
language in the.
Do we have that where we could put it on the screen? I mean, I don't think that's a confidential agreement, is it?
No,
Let me try to do that. You'll get
Or
it.
I'll look,
And
let me
there's-
I'll look up my email too.
and there's no names in the agreements. They were just generic agreements.
Well, that's
Hold
sort of my
on.
point. Yeah.
Hold on, I'll bring one up. There's two agreements. You give me just a minute to.
Oh,
navigate
no, you're
the
fine.
technology.
And I'm looking myself as well.
Keisha, I'm gonna need you to give me the ability to share my screen. Can you see the screen?
I can.
Yes.
Okay. If you'll let me know specifically what it is that you would like to.
No, what I was,
Through it, how would you like to go through this?
no, no, that's fine. Just go down to because Joe, you had said something that this is the actual agreement. Whereas in the agreement, it's between DCTA and the parties. The parties are not named except at the signature.
Yes.
So you're saying this is what people will be executing.
Yes, you are giving Raymond the authority to execute these agreements with the with the CFO and the two positions. But not
Okay.
giving him the authority to basically waive terms in the current policy manual, which are captured in here, the new terms for the vacation and this agreement, the terms of this agreement.
Okay.
And there's one for
And
the CFO and there's
Go
one for
ahead.
there's one for the CFO. There's a similar agreement. They're
They're identical, right, Raymond?
They're identical. That's
For
correct.
all intents and purposes,
The
yeah.
title's the only difference.
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, yeah, somebody just knocked at the door, but I'm not answering it. All right, so then we've heard the talk about it's coming before us because of the numbers, because of the cost. So what we're saying is the cost of these agreements is at least over what amount of money?
$75,000 is my authority limit. It would only be executed in the case of severance. If a year or two down the road, if their salary is above the threshold, which would be 75,000, that's why I'm bringing it to the board, to make sure that the board is okay with me approving these and signing the agreement. And it's basically because of threshold level. My signature authority on contracts is 75,000. Anything above that requires to go to the board.
So
All right,
can I-
but what I'm hearing though is that the board may never know. I'm not sure the board will not know what I mean, it could be 150, it could be $100,000. If somebody's salary is at a certain level where 4 months is a certain amount, I mean, it's not just limited to 75,000.
No,
It's anything.
my signature authority is up to $75,000 limit.
Yeah, so we're saying we're saying if we approve this, then we're giving you authority to execute these when it's over $75,000. and the board would not know exactly what those numbers are. So, you know, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna stop because I'm just getting caught up in all this. I'm not in support of this at this time. So I'll just share that, and we've got a motion and a second. I'm just trying to understand how this process is going to work moving forward. And quite honestly, it's still a little gray, but that's okay. You know, this is a governing body, and I'm one vote. Any other discussion?
I
Yeah.
just had one, I had one
Yes, I'm
thing to
sorry,
say.
Mayor Pro
So
Tem.
what I'm understanding Raymond saying is that for all intents and purposes, he could, without board approval, offer the additional vacation time. So really what we're talking about is just whether or not we want to approve the severance. That's really what we're talking about, right?
He doesn't have the authority to give the additional vacation because that's set in the policy that you all have
Okay.
approved.
Yes.
So
Okay. So when you said the amount, the what pushes the amount over, but there's another trigger for the other. So,
correct.
okay. All right. Well, never mind then.
Can I,
I just had a question, Joe, because Chris made me think of something. So when the fact that we give Raymond approval for this today doesn't mean that his level goes beyond 75,000 in the future, correct?
No, his authority stays the same. I think
Correct.
what Chris was referring to is he has the ability to set that salary at, you know, a certain amount. So the concern was that severance amount could be high.
But-
So
But it would still
Diane is
have to
right.
come back to the board.
No, well, Diane, you're right. In this very limited circumstance, this is not giving him general authority to go over 75,000, but this is giving authority to go over $75,000
In this situation.
This
yeah.
situation, yeah, for these
in
agreements.
this situation. Yes.
If,
Yes.
if the severance agreement is triggered, there's a potential that it could go over $75,000. If the severance agreement's never triggered, the exposure is the 2 weeks of vacation. The board member Green's point earlier about vacation versus severance.
That's still money you're going to have to budget for.
Yes.
Okay.
I was.
All right. Yes,
I
go
want
ahead.
to add some more discussion just before we get to a vote. I guess I'd be more comfortable if we were only going to give this authority for the deputy CEO, because I think that's the one that's most crucial. So I would like to see if the secretary would be willing to amend his motion to maybe break into two motions, one for the authority for the deputy CEO, and then we could vote on that, and then another one for the CFO. If that would be acceptable to him.
I disagree. I would respectfully disagree. I think it's critical for the CFO.
Okay, well, we
They can
have
be- they can be two separate motions, but
I'm willing to break it into two separate motions. I mean, I made the motion. I'm going to support it.
Okay.
Cases. I feel we're in a chronic board problem of micromanaging our CEO, and we got to stop. If he feels like this is necessary, then we need to give him some rope to do what he thinks is necessary. If we, anyway. Cesar, I'm willing to split it into two motions, and I'll make the first one with regard to the deputy CEO.
and that, Diane, I believe, did you second that?
Yes, sir.
And so you seconded a combined motion, and I think the treasurer has withdrawn his original motion, has made a motion for the deputy CEO. And is that one that you
I
would second
accept
as
the
well?
amendment. Sure.
Okay, all right. Let's see, now I want to make sure, all in favor of the incentive agreement for the deputy CEO officer, please signify by saying aye or raising your right hand.
Aye.
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 All opposed by like sign? I oppose. All right. And now we have, I guess, the second part of Treasurer's motion. Would you like to make that motion?
Yes, sir. I'll make that same motion for authority with regard to the deputy the CFO, sorry, not the deputy CFO, the CFO.
Okay. Do
So
we have a second?
can I make a
ahead, Donna.
comment? And I'm not sure whether we need to second and then discussion. But with regard to the CFO, I guess I specifically would be in favor of the vacation time because, you know, as our chair has mentioned with regard to resignation letter, I mean, one of the issues was, you know, some of these people were working 70-hour weeks. I think if we can offer more weeks, a couple more weeks, I think that helps with the experience, negative experience that they were having. So I'm almost, it's like, again, can we split the split? You know, can we, you know, can we make a motion for increasing the weeks and then a separate one for the incentive? Those are my thoughts.
Let's
me-
get a vote on this motion and then we can make another one if we want to.
But before you vote, I'm going to stress strongly that you consider passing the agreement as is. The agency, look, I appreciate your faith in me, but trying to go out and find a CFO, and I'm not, this isn't a threat. I just don't want to put the agency in that situation, given all that we have to do. I think that CFO that we have is exceptional. She's award-winning and does care deeply about this agency. So I would like to have the board support me in retaining her as our CFO. And I think this is an important thing for us to put in place.
Okay. Thank you, Raymond.
All right. So, Mr. Treasurer, I believe you said your motion stands that includes both the severance and the entire incentive agreement as presented.
Correct.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand or saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by like sign? Nay. All right. The motion, that motion fails. Is there any other action on this agenda item?
So let me understand, there's no desire to do anything with regard to vacation or severance.
Well, I think there was a desire, there might have been some interest to do something on vacation.
Yeah, and so, Joe, let me make sure, just because that motion failed,
You can make
doesn't
another.
mean that you can make another motion.
Yes,
Make another
So
motion.
that doesn't,
that's
yeah,
what
you
I'm
can make it.
requesting.
Yeah, you can make another motion.
Thank you.
So the chair would entertain. Is there any more action on this agenda item?
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we increase that we go to the 6 weeks vacation time for the CFO.
I'll second that motion.
So I have a question. A lot of this discussion, and Joe, if I'm off, just tell me, but a lot of this discussion regarding the CFO incentive agreement, it's been about future competitiveness, but it's really also been about a specific position with a specific person.
And it should be about, we should be voting on the position, not the person.
Right. And so my question becomes then, if it applies to someone, this is a question on the incentive agreement. If it passes with 2 weeks vacation, first of all, does it then apply to whoever's in that position currently because that's going to determine, how do we move forward, not in the motion, but because I think the employee handbook says, how much does it say you can accrue vacation upon termination? Or if someone leaves and they get paid vacation?
Yeah, they get paid out their, they do get paid out their vacation. So this would increase it from 4 to 6, the payout
For this specific position
for this position,
Oh.
correct,
only.
correct.
Okay.
And it would be what they have on the books.
Yeah.
What they've earned.
Not 6 weeks. It's what
Yeah.
they have on the books
What
at
you
the
earn.
time.
Correct.
Okay.
Up to
Thank you
6
for that
weeks.
clarification.
Up to
Thank you
6
for that
weeks.
clarification. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second for the incentive policy to be an additional 2 weeks vacation for the position or to give the CEO authority to offer up to 6 weeks vacation to the position of chief financial officer. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay, we have a motion and I got to tell you, I'm a little ambivalent about this when I look at what other agencies are doing on vacation accrual. And so the vacation is based upon their salary. Is that correct? The amount that, I mean, if you got 2 weeks vacation,
It's
you can
based on your
calculate
Hourly rate.
how much that is.
Sure.
Okay, all right. So do we have any idea what we're talking about monetarily on an average? I mean, a 200,000 or $180,000 salary, it's 2 weeks of that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sure.
So what is that?
Yeah, I had those numbers up a little while ago.
$7,500 roughly.
6,500,
$7,500.
$7,500. Okay, all right. Okay, all in favor of that motion, please signify by, and so I'm just going to say, based upon that, I'm okay with it. I mean, it's not, that's an amount that if that can help people get us good candidates, I'm real okay with that. So people are raising their hand. Yes, to speak. I guess to speak or to vote.
No, I'm
I
voting.
I thought you called them. I called the
Yeah,
vote.
yeah, I'm calling the vote. Yes, everybody.
Okay, call the vote. Okay.
Signify. All right. Motion carries unanimously. So I tell you what, let's we're going to go to number 4 right quick, and then we're going to take a break. Consider Second Amendment and restated employment agreement between Denton County Transportation Authority and the Chief Executive Officer. Raymond, just to sort of reiterate what I shared with you, what we want, what the board I think would like to do, with your concurrence, is we've had some discussion to get with you, to have a board liaison get with you to talk about those discussions and come back with a consensus or something that we can actually present as an action item. I don't think we're ready to vote on this, and just wanted to share that with you and see if you're okay with that. I mean,
Sure.
we're not talking about stretching it out. We're going to get the summary compiled and get the liaison with you and get this
Very good.
back going as quickly as we can.
Okay.
So Joe, do we need a
There'd be
motion to post?
no, just make no act. Let's just take no action on this item.
Okay, all right. At this time, then the board will take no action on agenda item 4. It is 1:25. Let's take a break till 1:40. Give everybody a chance to sort of take a good break, get some refreshment, and we'll reconvene at 1:40. Okay, if we could begin to reconvene.
Chairman, you're on mute.
Thank you.
That's it.
Yep, thank you. Looks like we've got everyone here but Mr. Gonzalez. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, there he is. All right, thank you, sir. Okay, we will reconvene this meeting of the Denton County Transportation Authority Board of Directors on August the 26th, 2021 at 1:41 p.m. We are now on agenda item of our regular agenda of agenda item number 5, which is review and discuss project management office, excuse me, activities related to task order number 2 with Accenture LLP. And yeah, we've got several agenda items left. So, and one of them is the budget, which is obviously not an action item, but a discussion item. So if we can make presentations as efficient as possible, that's great, but certainly not at the expense of good, solid discussion.
Heard and understood. Okay, so the previously shared slide, chair and members of the board included the highlights of the updates. I'll just focus on what has been the most significant update since the last time we were together, and that was our expanded PMO activities related to supporting the successful launch of the Go Zone service. We've carried out a number of different activities to support the team as they prepare for that successful launch. And Javier is going to speak to some of this later, so I'll defer to his comments, and if needed can support those. But at a very high level, this month we've organized the outstanding tasks that need to be delivered and completed successfully into 5 different work streams. There are 60 different tasks that we are tracking. Generally speaking, it is the launch, and I think Chair Watts, as you heard from VIA directly, the launch is on track, both VIA activities as well as those internal activities as well, and supported coordination with the member cities for the promotional activities that they can take on to amplify the message and marketing efforts that come from DCTA to support awareness and ultimately ridership adoption. So there are, of those 60 activities that I mentioned, there are 4 that we have at an elevated level for monitoring and attention. 18 of those 60 are complete, and the remainder are on track per schedule. So from the project is well organized, the team is focused on what they need to accomplish, and we are meeting daily at 8:30 in the morning to check status and determine what support from other departments, divisions, or third parties might be necessary to complete this very critical initiative for the agency. Unless there are other questions about content that was shared previously, I'd propose to have my comments stop there.
I have a question, Chris.
Sure.
Because I did speak with VIA, and they felt confident, and they felt that things were moving forward smoothly, even to some extent ahead of where they thought they might be. You've been involved in these meetings from the beginning, and
Yes, sir.
you certainly know the factual circumstances surrounding the agency, with some departures and some things that cause us some concern. Having observed the meetings, seeing the progress, it doesn't sound like you have any major concerns that are obstacles or things that need to be addressed in order for this launch to come off and to to move forward in a way that is our best foot forward that we are aware of at this point.
Correct, sir. Our focus in supporting the team that's actually performing the work
Yes.
is
Yep.
supported in such a way that that DCTA has the optimal launch of the service, not whether or not the service will launch.
Okay.
That is not a question. Onboarding.
Yeah, and that was probably a poor word choice. So yeah, so that is your primary responsibility, is to ensure that it is at its maximum launch.
And there are important things to accomplish to make sure that that gets done. And the team has broad awareness of those and is fully motivated to make sure that that happens. But operator onboarding is ahead of schedule and above target. Vehicle preparations are on track. And the community and partner coordination is going well.
Yes, and I just want to say Accenture's been a great teammate, orchestrating and managing through all the PMO initiatives. I'm on those calls every morning at 8:30. I feel fairly confident that everything's going to go perfectly. As with any launch, there's always some startup issues. I know VIA is being challenged right now with a supply of bike racks. So we're trying to work through that to make sure that they're ready for launch. There's going to be small things like that that will potentially raise their ugly head, but I don't expect that to materially impact our ability to launch the service.
Great, fantastic. That's a wonderful report, and I think I remember reading that the application, just as an experiment, I clicked on one of the digital ads on the local newspaper to where you could, get the application for your phone on either, I guess it's Apple or Google Play, and that'll be available, I believe, August 31st. Is that correct? That the phone apps, is that what I'm remembering?
Yes, actually, on the agenda, we have a briefing. I think it's next.
Okay, well then we'll wait on that.
Yes.
Yeah,
thank you.
okay, we'll wait on that. Any other questions for Chris? Okay, seeing no hands raised. All right, Chris, thank you so much. Appreciate your work in this and your expertise. Thank you. All right, we'll go on then to agenda item number 6, update and discussion of the September 7th, 2021 GOZO launch and fixed route services.
All right, Javier.
All right, that's me. Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to give a try to be brief overview as to where we are with the GoZone launch update. Chris did bring up a few of the staff activities that we have going on. I wanted to touch on staff activities, operations launch activities, and community outreach that DCTA has been engaged in. Staff activities, as mentioned, daily launch meetings have been occurring for the past several weeks now. Every day at 8:30, we touch base with every important department that is involved in this launch. And again, the Accenture has been heavily involved in the meetings as well. I've been working very closely with Chris, along with quite a few other staff members, to get up to speed on the project and get comfortable with where we're at. So I've been involved in all things GoZone for the past several weeks now, and feeling pretty good about where we're at. Operations and launch wise, we are, let's see. VIA has so far, in regards to their staffing side of operations, they've gone ahead and assigned a general manager to our service that is taking care of local field managers, the actual boots on the ground that keep an eye on the quality of the product that we're putting out on the street. They've also assigned to us a partner success manager, which is where we funnel all our any customer service concerns or any account questions or issues that we have during the launch and after supporting the launch. And then touching base on some of the more operational specific items, such as vehicles and drivers. Everything is well on track. Vehicles are actually arriving today and on track to be completed for delivery tomorrow. All vehicles that we need for launch are well on track. As Remy mentioned, we do have some issues with the bike rack situation that we're working with VIA on. But otherwise, as far as launching service, all vehicles will be there and available. In regards to drivers, we are well past our goal of 75 drivers by launch. We've actually been updated that we are set with 80 drivers to get activated by the time we actually launch, and quite a few more waiting in the pipeline to that are in various stages of either the background checks or other checks required to go through the entire process. And Chair Watts, to touch on your commentary about the GoZone app itself. It is actually should be available either today or later today. It should be approved in the App Store for internal use, so we can be ready for our soft launch, which is next week, for use by both DCTA staff and committee members that will be testing out the program throughout next week. Public download will be ready by 8/31. And I believe Marcom has also been communicating this out to riders as well, so they can go ahead and actually download the app well before launch, so they can be prepared and kind of go through the app and be familiar with it. If they try to book a ride before that time, they will be advised, of course, that the service isn't operating yet, that it'll be launching on September 7th, so there won't be any confusion in that regard. Let's see here. And as far as VIA participation in the soft launch and launch portion of it, VIA will be actually here. Several, or at least one representative will be available here during the soft launch process to meet and go over any issues that might pop up. And after that portion, the actual field managers will be taking care of the launch portion. Any questions on operations and launch, or any staff activities up to this point? I have a little bit more to go through, but I don't know, take a quick brief.
Yeah, and you may address this later on, but because the posting says also for the bus services, fixed route services, where are we on securing, and we might have, because I know we voted on it last time, but securing the people who will be riding the buses, the service that will be riding the buses, sort of to do some problem solving and some understanding of, what do people need that may not have phones, and is that part of this? Is that part of your discussion, or do you know where we are with?
I can touch on. I can. We have brand ambassadors in place that will be available to take care of those concerns. Any questions or questions that may pop up during the transition, those will be available and in place, overlapping both services.
So has there been as much coordination needed with them as far as developing either a survey or developing the questions, developing sort of a process whereby those concerns are recorded, or has that all taken place, or are we still needing to, are they handling all of that? I mean, it's sort of turnkey.
No, I believe, and Chris, if you're still on, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that your team has worked with our team to go ahead and create those actual questionnaires and everything else that we'll be passing along to the public as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I just got confirmation from several people that is the case. So,
Yeah, correct.
thank you.
Okay, so that is, we've got, I mean, Chris, you're working on it, other people are working on it, to where when we launch, they've got, we know the process, we know how to get that data, how to,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Yes, sir. The so I believe an agenda item shortly down your list here is for the brand ambassador engagement to finalize that. But in terms of the survey, the rider engagement, there will be both paper-based or hard copy, as well as digital surveys, so web-based, that folks can take online, that the brand ambassadors could interact with people on the buses. We developed the survey questions using DCTA's application that it normally uses to do those. The team is finalizing those, providing any feedback. We'll revise that, make it public. It'll be associated with the QR code that riders can use while they're on the bus, or at some point later in the future, to capture any issues that they are experiencing with adopting GoZone, as well as how aware they are of the GoZone service, and some other characteristics about how they use the existing bus service.
Okay, so help me understand. You mentioned, I think it's brand ambassadors are handling or working on sort of web-based, paper-based surveys that are handed out to the riders. And you said that, I thought you said that later on in the agenda, we're going to talk about the actual individual people who we are going to place on the bus to have interaction. Are we still doing that, or did I miss something? Or, yeah, I thought we were going to, I thought we approved for people to be on the bus routes to answer questions, to handle things. Am I incorrect in that?
No, you're correct. That's where the brand ambassadors come in and they'll be
That's what the brand ambassadors do. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Any
I'm
other
going-
questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Javier.
No. I'm sorry. I was gonna move forward, but I jumped ahead. Anyone else?
Yep,
have
go
any
ahead.
questions?
Yeah, no, go ahead. If there's
Okay.
if there's not any other questions, go ahead, Javier.
Alrighty. I'm gonna touch the last portion I'm gonna touch base on is the community outreach that DCTA has been performing. Most recently, there have been meetings with all 3 member cities, the PIOs from all 3 member cities, where we've gone over anything such as marketing materials, website placements on those particular city websites, different options that the cities have been presenting to us for sharing videos on the service, including both promotional videos and how-to videos on how to ride the service, how the app works, those type of details. Also some discussion about additional locations where folks can book rides, such as libraries or such locations where they can go ahead and use the web portion of the booking portal versus either calling in or using the mobile application. And then moving and looking for beyond the actual launch itself, we're looking at other alternatives that involve both getting connected and being proactive with chambers of commerce, rotaries, economic development directors, and pretty much anybody that's willing to promote the service and increase mobility with the new service.
And we're sharing, our staff has created a lot of digital assets that can be repurposed by the member cities. As we spoke to the PIOs, there's a 30-second reel, a 1.5-minute reel about how to use it. All that will be not only on DCTA's website, but the cities have been fantastic partners, agreeing to have that link on their landing page. So we're doing everything we can to advertise. Normally around something this significant, we try to do a launch initiative, but with COVID being the way it is, we've tried to stay away from that. We might want to revisit that in a couple of months after we launch this and things are going well. But our intent is to continue to just promote as much as we can, to Javier's point, get out in front of chambers, businesses, anyone that can potentially represent a significant amount of ridership. We wanted to really focus on that in the first 6 months.
Great. Any other questions for Javier?
So let me add, because the posting did say there'd be an update on fixed route. I think it's important, and I've been briefing the board in the weekly updates that we're experiencing a significant driver shortage. I've been working with NTMC to fill those. They've been doing a very good job of getting folks hired. They have offered an incentive pay to try to retain the existing operators that we have. Obviously, as we get closer to the end of the fixed route, it's more challenging to keep drivers employed. So there are about 15 operators down. They are in the process of hiring folks, both CDL, non-CDL, to support and honor what the board said we would do, which is to provide parallel service for 3 months up to December 6th. So just wanted to give you a briefing on that. We've had to modify routes 4, routes 21 and 22, just to make sure that we have coverage on every route, that we have operators that are operating the service. That service went into effect on the 22nd. We've had very few customer complaints from the last time I checked, which was yesterday. I think we had 1 or 2 about just being able to understand what time the vehicles were going to be available. But I know NTMC is working hard on it. They're focused on it. We discussed it at the NTMC and board. I just wanted to brief the board as to where we were with the fixed route status. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, Javier, thank you so much for the update. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, we'll move on then to presentation of the proposed FY 2022 operating and capital budget.
Amanda, if you'll kick us off.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
If you will skip to the next couple of slides, Keisha. Thank you. Today, our agenda, we will follow, we'll start with the long-range financial plan. We will go through the change in net position. We'll cover the capital improvement and major maintenance plan, the budget contingency, and then once we have reviewed the entire FY22 proposed budget, we will open it up for a public hearing and comment. You will notice that the presentation does look familiar to what we went over in June, but because this is a public hearing, we do go over the full presentation once again. And we'll also highlight the changes that have been made since the June budget presentation based on the changes that the board approved in the July meeting for the additional service and whatnot. If you want to skip to the next slide, please. So the first couple of slides highlight what is changed, and these will show up in further slides as well, but we wanted to highlight the major changes in the budget since June. So in July, the board approved the fixed route service to run concurrently with the Go Zone service. This will operate from September 7th through December 6th, and it added the additional Denton Connect routes as well as the Louisville Connect routes. And then we also added back in the North Texas Express service as well. And move to the next slide, please. And Raymond briefly mentioned that we did add in operator incentive pay. This is October through December, and it's a total of $258,000. And that is based on I think the total number of the max number of operators that we would have. So I think that's the highest exposure that we would have. And it's allocated across all service based on service hours. We've also included additional staffing. The total additional dollars is $480,000. And that's to address overall staffing needs of the agency that's been discussed with the board previously. And then we've increased the rail service, and that is also based on the July board decision that was made. Next slide, please. Okay, to start off with the long-range financial plan, you will find the long-range financial plan on page 570 of your packet. And we've included, you'll notice that we've included the FY20 audited financial column for your reference. It's highlighted in gray. And we've also included the FY21 adopted and the revised columns as well. And the FY21 revised column includes all revisions year to date that have been completed in FY21. And then the FY22 proposed is the blue column. And as you can see on the long-range financial plan, the budget that we will be presenting today is sustainable for the agency. We have a healthy net available fund balance. And we will go through this presentation, or our presentation follows the same layout as this long-range financial plan. So we'll hit the revenues and non-operating revenues first. We'll go through the operating expenses. We'll hit the capital outlay and major maintenance, and so on and so forth. Next slide. Oh, never mind. You're good. No, I'm sorry. Go back. These outline the reserve fund policies. These haven't changed, but we always want to highlight them during these meetings. The financial policies are adopted annually by the board, and they are actually on the agenda later in today's meeting. So we ask that they be reviewed, and then we'll bring them back at the September meeting for adoption. So they are adopted every year in line with the budget. Next slide, please. And these are the major escalation assumptions that are assumed in the long-range financial plan. A couple of things to highlight: bus labor is at 4% based on the CBA. G&A labor is at 3%, and health benefits are at 10%. And those are pretty standard. Those have not changed. Sales tax 2022, and we have slides on some of this detail further in the presentation, but 2022 is based on a 3% increase. We have 23 and 24 based on a 2% increase. And then in the out years, we jump back up to a 3% increase. And then overall, our general inflation for the additional accounts is 1.73%. Important notes, another note regarding the long-range financial plan. Everything in FY22 obviously is based on the proposed budget that we're presenting today. Everything in future periods is based on FY22, and it's escalated out based on our escalation assumption. So that's how the long-range financial plan is built. Grants in FY23 and beyond are not escalated. We hold those flat since grants are pretty stable. Obviously, last year, the last couple of years and this year, we've received the ARP funds and the CARES funds, but those were definitely special grant funds that we received. So we don't escalate those type of, we don't assume any grant funds like that in the future. Okay, next slide. Okay, we're going to move into the change in net position. The change in net position schedule is on page 571 of your packet. And just to remind you, the relationship between DCTA and North Texas Mobility Corporation, I'm not going to read these. But as we all know, DCTA funds the operating budget of NTMC. So DCTA basically includes all the bus operation expenses related to the DCTA assets. And NTMC budget includes all of the bus expenses related to personnel. So like the salary and wages and workers' comp insurance of the bus operations personnel. And everything included in the presentation today, we show it as combined. There are schedules, the change in net position schedule on page 571. We do separate it out. There's columns for DCTA and NTMC, so you do see it separate. But in most of the schedules, we do combine them. I'm sorry, my light in my office just went out. Sorry about that. Okay. Next slide. And this is very small. I don't expect anybody to read this off the screen, but if you take a look at your change in net position schedule, we have included columns on the right that reflect the June version for DCTA and NTMC, as well as the August version of DCTA and NTMC. It's not typical that we have so much change between the budget workshop and the August budget meeting. So I wanted to make sure that we did show the two columns. We have highlighted in the first two slides really the major things that have changed. They're pretty clear, but we have included those separate columns throughout so you can kind of see the differences. Okay. So we will start getting into the revenues first. If you'll go to the next slide, please. And this is this overall proposed revenues. Total revenues are right under 63 million. As you can see, sales tax is the majority of the proposed revenues at 50.94, and right under that is our operating grants at right under 35%, mainly due to the American Rescue Plan funding that we have received, the ARP funds. Next slide. And page 572 of your packet, there's a revenues and ridership schedule that you can refer to that gives you more detail. It breaks out the revenues by type and by bus operations, rail operations, and non-operating revenue. And then it also gives you some ridership detail at the bottom. So looking at bus operations to begin with, we're projecting total ridership for bus at 1.6 million, 56% increase compared to FY21. Seems like a lot. It's mainly due to a very large increase for UNT ridership, and that is, they are coming back in full service, and they're expecting all students are on campus in FY22. So that is what's driving the majority of that increase.
Amanda, real quick question. I'm sorry,
Yes,
I
sir.
missed it. Oh, am I on mute? No, there we go. On the last slide
Uh-huh.
with the $62 million budget,
Uh-huh.
that includes the CARES funding of 23 million in grants. Is that right?
It includes, we're going to go over grants in a couple of slides. And
Okay, okay, so,
we'll go over the breakdown, because I don't know off the top of my head until we get there. I don't know how much CARES funding we're anticipating for this year, but it has a lot of ARP funding this year.
Oh, ARP, that's what I meant.
Yes.
And so how much was that? Refresh my memory on that.
We were awarded a little over 14 million
Okay.
for ARP funding.
Okay, so that's included in the 62. So if we didn't have it,
Yes.
it'd be about 48 or something like that.
Yes.
Okay. And then on the bus ridership,
Mhm.
do we have an idea on what ridership is attributed to? Because you're saying this 1.6 million is the total projected ridership, including UNT.
Mhm.
Do we know what UNT is either estimating, or what we're estimating, or what they've had historically when they've been in full swing?
We're estimating for this year, our projected ridership for UNT, it's at the bottom of that revenues and ridership schedule, but it's
Okay.
1,235,658.
A little bit.
Oh, there it
further
is.
than
There it
halfway
is.
down.
Yeah,
So
I'm
it's-
sorry. I just
That's
missed it.
okay.
I'm sorry.
So
Yep.
it's 564,000 more than what our 21 ridership was for, that we were anticipating for UNT.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Uh-huh. And then as you can see, just with the change and going more to a demand response model, you can see the difference in the fixed route numbers between 21 and 22, moving like the decrease in fixed route, but then the increase in the demand response revenue as well on here. I'm using my cursor like you can see it, but
Mhm.
okay, next slide. Moving on to rail. We're projecting 175,000 in ridership with an average fare per rider of $1.50. We've used this average fare per rider for the last couple of years. I think it's a very safe number. We're expecting a 6% increase in ridership. Currently our average fare per rider is trending, as of July 2021, it's trending at $2.62. So $1.50 is very, very, very conservative.
We also kept ridership low because ridership times this $1.50 sets the revenue projection. So the more ridership we project, if that doesn't come to fruition, then it impacts our revenue. So based on what we've been seeing, we're hopeful that ridership will increase. It really is going to depend a lot on ridership on the rail when people start coming back into downtown and in downtown Dallas, downtown Denton, and what we're seeing so far with COVID and the increases in cases. I'm starting to hear that businesses are proposing to not come back until January. So we want to be very conservative on the ridership projections in the budget.
Next slide, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get
Oh.
my mute button on. And I'm sure it's right in front of me on that last slide on ridership. I just want to make sure I understand this slide. So this is the revenue. So the revenue then is based upon this ridership, this revenue of 262,917.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Somehow, I apologize. I was looking at those numbers thinking they're dollar amounts, but I was thinking, is that ridership amount? So my apologies.
This just shows you the 5-year ridership trend, and it's got bus, rail, and then total. Next slide. Non-operating revenue, investment income is very, very small. We'll get into sales tax revenue in the next couple slides, as well as grants. So this is just kind of a snapshot. Next slide. Our sales tax revenue, it is 3%, and it is based on actuals that we had received October through March. And then the remaining months were based on budget. And then we escalated that number of 31.15 by 3%. And that gave us the 32 million. So that is how we came to the FY22 proposed budget.
You're showing what, about a $4 million difference between the adopted budget and then the projection towards the end of the year or the fiscal year. Wow, that's amazing.
Well, and we're already over. I checked. We've already received additional months since we kind of drove the stake in the ground for sales tax when we were working on the FY22 budget. And we're already over by 2.3 million in the month, like looking at the months that have come in so far. So we're already trending even above our projection. So
Wow.
I still think even the 22 proposed budget, I still feel like is conservative, hopefully.
Yeah. Okay.
Next slide, please. And this is just the overall trend in what we've received and then what we're proposing. So if you look at 2013 to 2022, it's a 5.3% growth in sales tax over the years. Next slide. Okay, looking at capital or looking at grants, we'll start off with capital. So in your packet, we've included a grant detail schedule on page 573. Let me get mine out so I can look at it as well. So this schedule, the top schedule is, or the top section of the schedule is all related to the capital projects and the associated grants. And then the second section is all related to operating expenses and the associated grants. The first column will outline specific grant source and the related capital project or operating expense. The second column is going to give you the capital operating expense amount. And the third column is the reimbursement percentage that we will receive from the grant. And then the fourth column is the total grants included in the FY22 budget. So if you look at the capital section, our total capital grants we are receiving is 4.6 million in FY22. And that's for the 2 positive train control projects that we have. And then a small amount for the integrated fare payment project. Our entire capital budget, which we'll go over toward the end of the presentation, is a little over 15 million. So 31% of that is covered by capital grants. Next slide, please. Obviously, you can see we get a lot more in operating grants right now. So looking at operating grants, we are anticipating 21.78 million in federal operating grants in FY22. That makes up 57% of our total operating budget of 37.9 million. And that 37.9 million, I do want to point out, that does not include depreciation. A lot of that is made up of the American Rescue Plan funds. The total that we are anticipating in FY22 of those funds is a little over 13.3 million. We anticipated drawing down a little under 800,000 of those funds in this current year. And so between this current year and FY22 projected, that will clear out those funds because we were awarded a little over 14. We don't anticipating drawing down any CARES funds. I believe everything that we had anticipated for drawing down in FY21 would actually deplete those funds. Because we had accelerated their drawing down of the CARES funds. So you'll see that we have bus PM in here. That's a typical formula funding, our ADA operating assistance, our van pool, fixed guideway for rail is formula funding. And then toward the bottom, we have all the American Rescue Plan funds. And those are all at 100%.
And when you say bus, rail and operating assistance, does that mean we're just using that money for operating expenses within those particular areas? I mean, what exactly, I mean, not specifically, but just sort of an overall kind of high elevation. When you say assistance, what are we talking about there?
Bus operating assistance, and I hope I don't misspeak because I'm not the grants person, but operating assistance usually is drawn down for not any of the contracts, contract service, but it will draw down anything that we aren't drawing down for other grants, but it'll draw down like salaries and wages, insurance expenses, those type of things for our bus operations.
Okay. Is that the same generally for rail and administration? Those sort of same general principles apply?
Rail, I mean, operating assistance is typically only bus.
Oh.
Typically.
Oh, I see. Right.
We've
Okay. Well, I
done-
see.
Oh, the bus okay, American Rescue
No, it says
Plan.
American Rescue Plan rail operating assistance of
Let me
$7.5
go-
million.
So there's typically, the confusion in language is typically we get block grants 5307 for bus. It's a percentage, not 100%. And then we receive what's called fixed guideway funding from the federal government for rail. But we're substituting the rescue funds at 100% for those to cover many of the things that we would. So that way we don't use block grant money. We can recover at 100%, save our sales tax funds for other projects and get through the money.
Yep, that's what I was, that was the thrust of my question is we're substituting these funds for funds that we may have a little bit more restrictions. So it opens up the flexibility of using the funding.
Yes, and typically this is the first time we've ever drawn down G&A, like salaries and wages using these funds. We had a lot more flexibility with these funds.
And in our conversations with the Federal Transit Administration is they're very interested in transit authorities using this money as quickly as possible so that they're not dragged back into for other federal uses. Because in a lot of cases, transit authorities get the money, they don't use it, and they'll claw it back. So there were very specific requirements around this $14 million. The Rescue Act was that we intended to use it in a 3-year time frame. Same, very similar with CARES Act money. So we thought it'd be prudent to try to get as much of that recovered as soon as possible. Amanda. Yeah.
Here's a very general overview of the American Rescue Plan funding. So like I said, we got a little over 14 million. It was 100% covered. The caps were waived, the operating assistant caps and ADA assistant caps were waived. And we were able to do payroll expenses, operating assistance, preventative maintenance. And like I said, we just we had access to draw down a lot of different things that typically we were not able to draw down, and at 100% instead of 50-50 or 80-20, which is typical of our federal funding. So next slide, please. Okay, on page 574 of your packet, there's another version of the change in net position by function, because we're going to start going through this broken down by general administrative, and then we'll move into the bus operations, and then we'll move into rail operations, just to kind of take it in small sections. And bear with me, I know this is very small on your screen, but it will probably be easier to see on your schedule. And for the sake of all of our eyes, I only included the 21 revised and the 22 columns on here. There is additional columns on the actual schedule in your packet. General administrative budget is 6.8 million in the FY22 proposed budget. Wages and benefits show an increase of 255,000. Our merit increase is 3.5 and our benefit increase is 10%. Those are standard annually. And then, like I mentioned at the beginning, we do have a net overall increase of 480,000 in G&A to address overall staffing needs that have been discussed with the board. So that is included here. It is, how do I explain this? Looking at between the June version and the August version, that is where you can kind of see more, like it was 3.3 and then now it's 3.8. So you see the 5 million or the $500,000 difference. So the bullets make more sense, but since we're comparing 21 revised to the August version, that's where you're getting the increase of 255. We did have some, when we came in June. Bear with me 1 second. I'm
Amanda,
sorry.
overall though, the budget is down 458,000, correct? Based on the schedule, bottom right?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
But we
So
had
that was
some,
my,
go ahead.
no, that was my question on the wages and benefits. So the increase there is a net of 255.
Yes.
And I'm seeing it includes net overall of 480 in G&A. So I guess we've got a, I'm looking through here. I thought I was,
Some offsets.
so yeah, what is the offset in that particular category, or are we taking that offset from one of these other categories?
The
Where's
offset
the offset?
is because we included in June when we brought it, there was actually a decrease of 281. It is because previously we had included reallocation of some of our key positions related to the oversight and process of bus and rail. So we had certain positions that, say for instance, we had a department called transit management, and they literally were in charge of bus and rail operations. So we housed them in this, and like in the cost allocation model, we would allocate them to bus and rail. So instead of doing that after the fact, we did that as part of the budget process. So because of that, that's where we got, that's what's offsetting it.
So we moved a position, and this might be a mischaracterization. We moved a position out of this budget and put it somewhere else that seemed to fit more appropriately, and that
Yes.
reduced that amount. And so
Yes.
it wasn't so much a decrease as it was just a reallocation to a budget process and a budget that was more appropriate for that position to be in.
Yes.
Right, and you'll
Yes.
see when we get to rail budget as an example, an increase for the costs that are allocated to rail. This is all in an effort to try to make the cost model more
Sure.
more beneficial and accurate.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
And outsourced services and charges. you're gonna see the decrease of 663. Obviously, a lot of it is the reduction of Accenture expenses. We were very heavy last year and this year. We don't have a lot moving forward of Accenture expenses. Reduction in planning services, legal. We do have the addition of operating expanded level projects, and we will go over that in a couple of slides. They are the same projects that we reviewed in June, but I've since put them actually into the operating budget. So we will go over those here shortly, but that is where you get that net decrease. And materials and supplies, there's a small decrease of 60,000, and that's just an overall reduction of office supplies and computer replacement needs. So overall reduction in the G&A budget of almost 500,000. Next slide, please. Okay, staffing level. As we have said, the FY22 proposed budget, the 480,000, it includes 5 new FTEs to address the overall staffing needs. So I'm going to highlight those. In letter A, there's an addition of an accounting manager and a finance assistant. So that's 2 FTEs, and those would be housed in the finance department. Letter D, there's an addition of director of public involvement and communications. So that's 1 FTE. And then letter G, there's an addition of a supply coordinator, and mobility services coordinator. So that's 2 FTEs. So that's a total of 5 FTEs. Total DCTA staff, there's just a net addition of 4 FTEs because they are offset with the deletion of the VP of Mobility Services and Administration FTE. And then with bus operations, the bus operators, there's a decrease in 30 operators, and that is just due to the decrease in service hours. The bus operators, to come up with the FTEs, is a calculation of service hours. So there was a decrease overall of 66,000 service hours. So that is how we got to the decrease of 30 operators. And there is slight decreases overall in their admin and customer service, dispatch and maintenance department. So 38 in total for the NTMC bus services operations department.
So quick question on that, on
Mhm.
A, which is addition of accounting manager and finance assistant to
Mhm.
full-time employees. Is that, Raymond, what you were talking about in the finance department
Yes,
that we had talked about? Okay,
yes, sir.
okay.
Yes, to hold, again, doing an assessment of the needs of the organization. Bear in mind, we're going to 365-day a year service.
Mhm.
We're going to be running a quarter of basically both sets of services. These positions are to help offset some of the workload that we've discussed in the past. And then the other 2, one's in marketing and communications with Nicole supporting both of those roles. I feel rather than hire a VP, we hire a director and support that. And then with the significant changes that we're going to be undergoing in mobility services, I don't want to hire back the VP of operations at this point. I think we can make it through the year. I'm a big believer in giving folks an opportunity to rise to the occasion and promote from within if we can. So I'm optimistic that we'll be able to execute the body of work for this year with a net 4 of additional people.
Thank you.
Next slide,
Amanda.
Keisha.
Those were my questions.
Yes, Keisha, next slide.
On page 575 of your packet, there is an overview of all of the expanded level projects that were presented to the board in June that are considered operating, with the first 3 being related to the G&A operating budget. So these 3 are the ones outlined, and these are what was referenced in 2 slides ago that are in the outsourced services and materials and supplies budget. So we have the IT project manager consultant, DBE compliance support contract. Those are both annual expenses. And then the Go Zone mobilization. Now, this is a large project, so you're going to see this. This spans multiple departments. It's in G&A as well as bus, and that is a one-time expense. So the G&A portion is only it's $211,950 of the total $389,650.
And Amanda, these numbers have not changed since June, is that correct?
Correct. They are the same. The only thing that's changed is they are now actually in the schedules in the change in that position.
I have a quick question about the Go Zone mobilization cost. Is that on page 590 of the packet? It shows part of that is, or does that include the removal of the benches and the infrastructure at the current bus stops?
I thought we had nixed
I
that
mean-
actually.
Yeah.
Did I read that wrong?
No, I mean, as according to the budget, looking at page 590, it does include that because it includes the 165.7.
We
Okay,
don't-
so that's what my question was, is that I thought that we had decided maybe, or maybe that's a little premature to do at this point, since we may be able to use some of that infrastructure. And also since, depending on how the launch goes, and if we see that some things may need to stay, it seems like it might be a little bit premature to put that in there. So I was just curious if that number included the removal, because I thought we had kind of said, let's just kind of hold on that for now.
The budget's there in case we decide sometime in the year to do it. It doesn't mean that we're actually going to execute the work. If we want to pull it out of the budget, we can certainly do that. There's no intent to remove I think we all agreed that we would not be removing bus signs and shelters and benches at this point.
Okay,
Yeah. If it's the board's desire to remove it out of the budget and then later add it back, we can certainly look at that.
I mean, I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem asking that question. I had the same one. And as long as it sounds like it's a placeholder, that if the board direction changes to do that, based upon maybe our conversations with the member cities and nobody really wants to use them, or, a year or two has passed. So I don't necessarily have a desire to take it out of the budget. I just would not want it to be utilized. Obviously it wouldn't without, a different board of direction moving forward.
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. There's many places within the budget, specifically in operations, both in bus and rail, where we put in a budget amount. In some ways, it's a contingency, but if an engine blows, we need to be able to use the funds to do that. If we have to do an overhaul, if there's things, so there are some accounts where we'll put positive train control as an example. We'll get into that later. As we get into operations, we have a $200,000 amount in there as a placeholder. It doesn't mean we're going to use it, but if we need budget, it won't hold us up a month to call a board meeting and to be able to execute the work. In many cases, we don't use it. That's why we are typically under budget year over year. Okay, Amanda, sorry for that.
I made a note.
Okay.
Okay, next slide. Okay, with that, I would like to introduce Rusty Comer. She is the Senior Manager of Mobility Services, and she is going to walk us through the bus operations portion of the budget.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. like Amanda said, I'll walk everybody through the bus operations budgets. This first slide is an overview of the first group of the 32 different codes that make up the bus operations department. This slide lists out the 500 and 200s department codes. These particular departments include all the NTMC non-employee related expenses, as well as the DCTA bus operations staff expenses. And next slide will show you all of what we call the 700 account codes. These 700 departments make up all of your NTMC related employee expenses. The administrative and support box up there goes through and has all of your non-operator staff for NTMC, and they're all housed in these different departments. The others, the fixed route, demand response, and contract services, that's where we house all of our operator, the NTMC bus operator expenses from their salaries, benefits, trainings, and uniforms, things like that. If we can go to the next slide. And this slide basically walks you through an overview of the glossary of terms that we'll use in talking about the bus operations budgets. There are variety of service types, and the service types can be either directly operated or purchase transportation. I pulled all of these from FTA's National Transit Database glossary so that I can make sure that I did it right. But you will hear more of these as we proceed. And then if we can go to the next slide, these are really the building blocks of our budgets. This kind of talks about our service hours. Our service hours coupled with the deadhead hours come out to, or your revenue hours coupled with your deadhead hours come up to your service hours. And those hours are what we use whenever we are budgeting for the operators themselves. And then the revenue miles plus your deadhead miles comes out to your service miles. And that is what we use whenever we budget for fuel. And then if we can go to the next slide, this slide kind of provides you with an overview of some of the first steps that are taken whenever we're budgeting services that we provide, or NTMC bus operations provides. And it also details out how some of the different factors in the budget are calculated. We do look at those particular service hours, and then we convert them into pay hours because we need to add in additional time to account for training and pre and post trip inspections. And then on top of that, we come out with the average wage rate. One of the interesting things in the FY22 budget is, since our service levels differ throughout the year, you're going to see 3 different average wage rates. And that is because the allocation will change it as we go throughout the year. The same happened with our benefits costs as well. Just feel for Amanda because she gets to look at all that craziness on the back end. So on the next slide, this takes you through some of the factors that we use whenever you take those previous items. And this is how we can actually start calculating your service budgets. We take our pay hours times that average wage rate, and that gives us our salaries and wages. We add in the overtime and your paid time off, which is defined by the CBA with the operators, and then do an allocation of all of these items as well as benefits to all of the different services based on the service hours. If we can go to the next slide, we'll get into the meat of it. So this slide outlines all of the service miles, the gallons of fuel, and the cost of fuel budgeted for each of the different bus service types. Fuel this year has been budgeted at $3 per gallon. And then this also assumes, when the budget, that we will get 4 miles per gallon for the diesel buses And then we will get 7 miles to the gallon for our smaller gasoline buses. These did change as we went back through and added in the different services throughout the year. So you will see an increase in the number of overall gallons from the June presentation of about 24,502 gallons, and the total fuel budget by $73,505. And I think Amanda probably has a lot of those numbers detailed out in the schedules. And then if we can go to the next slide, you will see our service hours assumptions. Again, these changed. We added 11,889.86 service miles to the budget from what was presented in June. This includes routes 3 and 7 with service ending in March. Includes Monsignor King's service operated 6 days a week for the entire year, and then includes routes 1, 2, 4, 6, 21, and 22 with service ending in December of 2021. And then on the next slide, this, I think we've all seen this 1,000 times now. This is the same VIA budget that was approved at the July 22nd board meeting for VIA. This includes the base service as well as all of the Phase 1 add-ons for a total of $5.3 million for the entire VIA project this year. And the next slide walks you through all of our purchase transportation services that are included in the budget, along with the different providers of each service. All of our contract services, van pool, as well as Go Zone are included in this slide. So you will see under the demand response that is where your VIA budget amount lies. And then the rest are called out for your UNT, Frisco, Collin County, and Coppell and Alliance, and then the van pool service. And on the next slide, we look at a comparison of the service hours that were budgeted for in the FY21 budget and compares it to what is budgeted for in FY22. The biggest change that you'll see here is the reduction in your fixed route bus service hours and the addition of the Go Zone service hours. Whenever you look at the amount of service that has been added, and I like to have very lowest common denominator comparison. So if I just divided the total budget by the number of hours, we're actually looking at roughly a $20 reduction in cost if you did that particular calculation from year to year. So I think that it does prove out that the VIA service, it can be very much more cost effective for us as an agency. And then on the next slide, this goes through the UNT contract. So after we finished presenting this budget to the board in June, we of course kept meeting with UNT to finalize and flesh out everything in their budget. They've decided to remove the Connect access fee. They did pay for a prorated amount for the rest of the time that we're going to offer fixed route services. And then from there on out, they'll put that particular money of their budget back into their services. Whenever we finalized their schedules, it did move a little bit of the services around as far as the service hours for the base service and the late night. And that's why you will see a change. It's a slight change from what was presented in June compared to what's presented now. Overall, it was, I think, a net about washed out even by the time everything was added in. And then on the next slide, sorry. The next slide goes through the Frisco contract details. This breaks down how we actually bill Frisco for the services that we provide to them, which includes directly operated service by NTNC, the taxi service provided by Irving Holdings, and then a Lyft program. Their on-demand service is charged by a mixture of allocations for maintenance and customer service, as well as actual operator and vehicle expenses. And the standard 60% admin fee is charged to Frisco on all of the services that are provided there. And of course, everything on here is paid for by Frisco.
Real quick question on the UNT contract. If they
Yes.
change, if they take away that access fee, or they change it to where they're not paying it, I guess that contract, and I guess they're going to execute a new contract. So that contract will come back before the board. Is that correct? Or is this, I mean, is that a contract change or is that a,
Raymond, you're muted. Sorry. There's your t-shirt.
I'm gonna get my t-shirt that says you're on mute because I think the whole world deals with that. My apologies. It's not a material or cardinal change to the contract, so it would be an amendment to the contract since it's 50,000. It's roughly $50,000, and we're only going to use a portion of that. As Rusty mentioned, there's probably 3/4 of that will be reallocated in bus service within the existing UNT contract. So I don't think there's a need to bring it back to the board. That's typically not what we've done, but we certainly could discuss it.
so does that mean that students and faculty, if they get on a Denton Connect, will be paying the fare that everybody else pays?
Correct. And or they'll pay a fee for using VIA.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Now, I will say they did pay a prorated.
Right.
So while we still have fixed route in this budget, so through March with the end of 7 and 3, that's when they will no longer be able to use their student IDs or their faculty and staff IDs.
Okay. All right. Moving forward.
Okay, and then the next slide, if you could, is Collin County Transit. This contract is budgeted to end at the end of December. They pay a fixed rate for services, as well as having an administrative fee tacked onto their taxi and Irving Holdings trips. And their taxi, oh, sorry, I've lost my train of thought. But this one is very small just because it is only covering 3 months of service in the 2022 budget. And then the next slide is just a high-level overview. We do offer Lyft services utilizing our mobility as a service contract. The city of Coppell has a program and they pay the 60% admin fee on their program for the Lyft services. And Trinity Metro also partners with us for their Alliance Lyft service, which has actually been rather successful. And since Trinity Metro is a transit partner, we only charge them a 20% admin fee. And this program is actually doing rather well now. And so the next slide. This slide shows you the difference between the FY21 revised budget, as well as both the June and August versions of the FY22 budgets. This is also, if you'll notice in the wages and benefits box, you will see the average operator rate at the different levels, as I had mentioned earlier. It still assumes a 10% increase in our benefit premiums, and it does include the operator incentive pay, along with any taxes that would be associated with that. We have reduced our fuel expenses because of the removal of the fixed route services, but we did increase our purchase transportation with the VIA service coming in. And on the next slide is, you will see again, this, these are the ELPs for bus operations. The first one is a facilities management consulting contract. This will actually allow staff to have a consultant that they can work with to assist with larger facility repairs. Our facilities are getting a little up there in age, and so we are seeing larger and larger projects come out that need to be taken care of, and staff does not quite have the expertise needed to do all of that. And so this will kind of help facilitate some of that work. There is also a Title VI program update in the budget. As a recipient of federal funds, DCTA is required to submit an update to our Title VI program every 3 years. And the Title VI program just basically ensures that the level and quality of our services that are provided in a non-discriminatory manner, and that the opportunity for full and fair participation is offered to all riders, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income status. So this program is quite a large document and lengthy. And so last time we had somebody come in and assist with the preparation so that we could get it submitted on time. And that's basically what this project does. The Go Zone mobilization that you see here is actually the bus stop signage that we just spoke about. So again, it can just sit here as a placeholder. The law enforcement crowd control, this project will replace the current security guard services that we have at our downtown Denton Transit Center. We are looking for somebody or some kind of service that has a bit more experience with de-escalation techniques with the customers and dealing with customers one-on-one. Just so that whenever we do have an incident here, we have somebody who can actually assist us in managing the incidents. And then the last item on the ELP list is an addition of 2 mobility service representatives. That's what we call our customer service representatives. This project just allows for the addition of 2 additional bodies to be here, because we do anticipate our call volumes to increase significantly with the launch of Go Zone, as well as we will have a few hours extra, at least, of our customer service department needing to be open to answer calls for the Go Zone project. And I believe that is all I have for the bus operations budget, unless anybody has any questions.
Rusty, I'd like to add, thank you first off for going through the budget. We are working with VIA as we're now offering 365-day-a-year service. Our hours are extended, late night. Javier is working with VIA, looking at the potential for them to handle some after-hour customer service for us to see if it's more cost-effective. So that'll be something that we'll bring back to the board as we get better clarity on what that might look like. Customer service is paramount. Service is paramount to making sure that people have a good experience. So we want to make sure that we have coverage at all periods of the night and day. So the additional 2 customer service reps are to cover additional call volume, but we're also looking at to make sure that some of that late night service, as an example, on rail and on Sundays is covered.
Okay. Yeah, and I was noticing we got about a third of the slides left. We're at about 60 of 93. So if we could continue to be efficient and on these slides, it sort of lists these bullet points. Quite frankly, unless we have a question on these bullet points, then if we could move through those fairly quickly, obviously the things that we need to really stop and discuss, we're going to do. But I really want to make sure that we get through these things without having to necessarily go over each item on each individual slide. So
Sure,
would appreciate. Yep, you bet.
I'm going to take over and run through the rail quickly. So Keisha, if you could put the slides back up for rail, that would be great. Next slide. Very similar to bus, we have train crew hours, miles of service, maintenance away, and some minor costs for platform and restroom maintenance. Next slide. As you can see on the right, these are the major drivers of the budget. Overall, there's a $1.7 million increase. The majority of that has to do with increases for straight off of the contract. So we have a 10-year contract or 9-year contract that we're moving through. I'll show you in a schedule here in a minute how that drives based on the rate per hour and the cost per mile. There's a merit increase of 3.5%. And of course, we talked about the 10% increase. There's a smaller increase of $55,000 that has to do with consulting services as we work through the DART contract with LAN, stateside and others to make sure that we're funding that. The largest driver of this increase is the $240,000 due to DART's access and impact fee. Those will only be incurred if we exceed a certain amount of ridership. I don't anticipate that we'll see that this year, but we have to budget for it because it is in a contractual agreement that we pay it if we exceed a ridership. It'd be a wonderful thing if we do. And then lastly, in the purchase transportation, $484,000. It has to do with basically the rate increases, and there's an additional $200,000 that's allocated for positive train control. As we get into operating that, again, that is a placeholder. That's not that we'll spend it, but as we have been implementing PTC, there's technology along the rail line. If something breaks, we have to fix it. If there's employees that need to go out, this is an additional $200K to take care of those services. Next slide, please. This is a rundown of the contract from FY 21 to 22. The major driver of that is $150.99 true crew hour rate and the car mile rate. So nothing significant change from June other than about a $30,000 increase for the additional service. If you can go to the next slide. Fuel, we budgeted $3 a gallon for 367,000 gallons. That drives the fuel budget. We do have a small increase for the deputy sheriff. It's just an annual contract that we have with the county to provide fare enforcement. I've talked about the $240,000 of impact. General liability insurance is covered with a pool through DART, which has saved us money year over year. There's some other vehicle and property damage insurance that's also budgeted. I think that covers the majority of the purchase of the budget. Purchase transportation of the $10.6 million straight out of the contract that you just saw, or the price schedule. We do have an extra $60,000 in the budget for additional COVID cleaning so that we can protect our operators and our staff. Next slide, please. See, non-operating expenses. This is contractual obligations. This looks like it is non-operating expenses, contractual obligations. This is debt service. So Amanda.
Yeah, I can take over. I can take over.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Unless there's any questions on rail. All right.
Any questions? All right. Yep.
Okay, this is the outstanding debt as it was when we prepared the packet. You have already approved a refunding issuance for the 2011 amount, so we will revise the FY22 budget as needed with the final numbers for the debt refunding for the 2011 issuance. So this will change a little bit, but the 2020 issuance has already been changed based on the other refunding that we did previously. Next slide, please. This just shows you the NTMC transfer that we would be doing based on the budget as it is. 6.3 million. Next slide, please. We'll move on to capital improvement, major maintenance needs. Page 684 of your packet, there's a capital improvement and major maintenance schedule. It's the schedule that outlines all of the capital outlay that's included in the long range financial plan. And it shows you the FY22 allocation. It totals $15,096,771, and we'll break that down in the next few slides. Page 639 is a breakdown of all the capital related projects. We'll go in sections to try to make it easier. This slide shows all of the existing capital rollovers. So these are all existing capital projects that we have. They need to roll over due to project delays. None of them, they don't have budgets that are increasing. They just need to be accounted for in FY22 or future periods. You can find details on these projects on the detail project pages on 640 to 651 of your packet. And all of these actually had or have grant funds related to them. Next slide, please. The next projects are our annual major maintenance needs. These projects were identified as part of our multi-year facilities and major maintenance plan that was completed 2 or 3 years ago by Jacobs engineering firm. Additional detail related to these projects can be found on pages 652 to 674 of your packet. And we also have these major maintenance needs on an annual basis in the long-range financial plan through the length of the long-range financial plan, because they did I think a 40-year facilities maintenance plan for us when they did do that a few years ago. So we have rail and bus. Next slide, please. These expanded level project requests are what we considered new capital requests that were identified and presented to the board in June. Nothing has changed. Again, additional details are on pages 675 through 683 for these specific projects. One note to point out is the backup and disaster recovery infrastructure upgrades. That would be a recurring project just every 5 years, and the other 2 are one-time projects. They're all IT related. If we have any questions, I know Javier is on the line and he can answer questions related to these. Are there any questions on any of those projects? I know I didn't really go over them, but none of them have changed since June, but we can answer any questions.
Any questions on these? Board members? Seeing none? Okay.
Okay, next slide, please. The budget contingency plan, the board adopts this every year as part of our budget plan. It can be found at 685 of your packet. And it's something that addresses any actions that need to be taken if we have a sales tax revenue shortfall, or if we have a sustainable increase and the board wants to take action, or if we have a federal grant funding reduction. We haven't needed to use this, I think only once or twice since I've been here in 13 years, but we do have this as a safety measure in case we do need to take action. Next slide, please. Okay, that concludes the budget presentation for the FY22 proposed budget.
Okay.
Don't have any further
Any questions or comments? Yes, Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. I do want to bring up an item that was covered at the North Texas Mobility Corp discussion regarding the treasurer and what's the other position, secretary. From a budgetary perspective, we concluded as a board that it would be beneficial to both agencies for NTMC to be able to provide that service themselves through the HTG contract. The proposition was that it'd be approximately a $39,000 change. That change is expected to be covered within the existing budget. So I don't anticipate that it's going to impact the budget. So we're proposing to go ahead and include that as part of the existing operating and capital budgets within, as has been outlined today in the FY22 budget. I do think that it's a better way to reconcile some of the challenge and oversight and additional effort. So I just want to make the board aware of that. There should be no board action required to adopt the budget and move forward with that. I just want to make the board aware of it.
Any other questions on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and go through the public hearing on the budget, and then we'll take a quick 10-minute break after that. So we'll move on to agenda item number 8, which is conduct a public hearing on proposed FY 2022 operating and capital budget. And I believe I've got some language to read here in order to open that public hearing. So I'm opening the public hearing at 3:10 p.m. on August the 26th for agenda item 8 for this meeting of the Denton County Transportation Authority Board of Directors. Opening this public meeting to allow the board to receive public input on the proposed budget. As posted on the agenda, any person who wishes to address the board of directors regarding the proposed FY 2022 operating and capital budget may do so by utilizing the raise hand function of the Zoom meeting at this time. Please wait for your name to be called before unmuting yourself. Citizens that are not able to connect to the Zoom meeting were directed on the posted agenda to email his or her public comment to the email there, kmorrisperkinsdcta.net. No later than 3 p.m. on Wednesday, August 25th, 2021, in order for me to read their comments here into the public record. I ask that each speaker limit their time to 3 minutes, and for each speaker to state your name and address for the record. So at this time, I will ask Keisha if there's anyone who has their raised hand function activated on the Zoom call.
Chair, I do not see anyone that has their raised hand on the call. I do see one individual that has called in with the last 4 digits of 1912. And if they would like to make a comment during this time, please unmute at this time.
All right, thank you. And if they could state their name and address as well. Is the caller there?
It doesn't appear that they are unmuting. I don't think that they have any comments at this time.
Okay, all right, and we see no further indication of callers or hands raised. I have no emails to read into the record. So I'm going to now close the public hearing on the FY 2022 operating and capital budget. Is there any further discussion by the board during this public hearing that has been closed? All right, seeing none, it is 3:13. Let's come back at 3:25.
Customer service queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody just came in. I thought it was, thought I saw the, okay, all right. Okay, seeing none, we'll take a break till, what'd I say, 3:25? Is that what I said? Okay, all right. Okay, if we could begin to reconvene. Okay, who are we looking for? I can't see.
Board Member Costa, I see that she's not back quite yet.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay, it's 3:27. We'll go ahead and get started, and we'll just looks like we're on the, at least somewhat the home stretch. We're moving on to agenda item, I believe it's number 9. Is that right? I've sort of lost my agenda page, but I think that's right.
Correct.
Okay, discuss the financial management policies and annual investment policy for FY 2022.
Thank you. On pages 687 through 707 of your packet, the financial management and annual investment policy for fiscal year 22 are presented for your review. These are brought to the board annually, and the only change this year is the addition of Hilltop Securities, which are current investment advisors, as being authorized as a training source for staff. I'm happy to answer any questions, and otherwise I open up to the board for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Amber. Any questions for Amber? And if not, any discussion? Is this an action item? Do we need a vote on this or no? Is this?
No, sir, this is discussion, and we'll bring it back in September for approval.
Oh, okay, all right, fantastic. Okay, well, seeing no questions or comments, thank you so much, Amber. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, here's agenda item number 10, update and discuss the interlocal agreement facilities lease agreement between the Denton County Transportation Authority and Dallas Area Rapid Transit. So this is discussion only. There's no action item required on this.
That is correct. So the pressure's on me to get us through it quickly. I do have a presentation. Keisha, if you would please bring up the presentation. And while that's being brought up, I will say that Chairman Watson and myself have been working with DART. I think we're making excellent progress on all in all directions here. If you can move to the next slide. So we've been talking for several months about a phase 1 through 3 proposal that will culminate in an interlocal agreement with Dallas Area Rapid Transit. I'm going to walk you through those separate phases. I think both sides feel very comfortable in moving forward with the development of the interlocal agreement and entering into specific agreements for leasing the facility. The 3 phases, I've talked at length about the DMU delivery from DART, the testing and commissioning. They need a place to do that. We're going to address that through a short-term lease. We have an expansion capital project that needs to be delivered by May 2023 so that DART can start operating out of our facility as a joint use facility. And then once that is complete and DART is ready to start revenue service, then we'd have an amendment to a lease agreement and a long-term operating agreement so that both agencies can move forward. And it'll discuss also the terms and conditions for DCTA to traverse down to Carrollton and build the station. So next slide, please. The initial phase 1 is for DART and Stadler to develop, receive, and test and commission the vehicles. So they'll develop a plan. It'll define the temporary facility, what they'll need to test and commission the vehicles. They'll need some storage and so forth. They'll need to basically do some dynamic testing along our corridor. So they will be using the corridor typically at night when DCTA is not in rail operation services, and ultimately deliver the phase 1 results that they need to commission their vehicles. Next slide. I believe, okay, so item 4 here is DCTA will develop a monthly contract or agreement with them. The DART has agreed that they will pay the rates. We're working on a lease currently with our partner stateside. They're developing a draft agreement that I should have likely by tomorrow. They also have an appraiser on board that has significant experience with DART, Trinity Metro, and others appraising rail lines and services. We're using them to come up with the calculation that both DCTA and DART feel is comfortable for the lease rate. We'll have an opportunity to provide input as to what we think the rate should be. But the general intent of the interlocal agreement will say that DART plans on paying the lease rate, assuming that it's fair and reasonable. Next slide. Capital expansion. So phase 2 is really about expanding our facility, basically doubling the size of the facility, and doing some work on the internal infrastructure, the pits where the maintenance is actually done, to receive the vehicles and allow DART to operate and maintain their vehicles. They're a much longer vehicle than our existing ones. So that's the need for the expansion. We'll provide, it's intended that DCTA would provide the design and construction of the JROF facility. We would do that through a design build contract likely. So we'll hire consultants, engineers, and execute the agreement. DART has agreed that they would pay for all those services, including DCTA's expenses to deliver the project. And DART would participate with DCTA in the expansion planning, space planning, and sign off of that as we move forward. Next slide. So we would, as we design and engineer this, we would also ask that DCTA's operator, Rio Grande, and Stadler, who is our maintainer, to work with DART's operator, Herzog. DART also has Stadler as their maintainer, so it makes a really nice synergy on the maintenance side. We just need to have our contract rail service operators participate in joint use planning. We'll deliver the capital expansion. It's intended that we do that no later than May 23rd. So there's a bit of a desire on DART's part, and if we're to deliver the design and construction, we need to get going. So hopefully the interlocal agreement will be done for review in the next week or so. We can start distributing that and have some discussion in September for the ILA. DART will fund all the capital expansion, and then we'll sit down and as that's going on in parallel, we'll be negotiating with DART, and it will be codified, if you will, in the interlocal agreement for the intent that DCTA would like to get to Carrollton and build a station there. So the expansion would include the station, the planning, track upgrades necessary to expand rail service down to along the DART corridor down to downtown Carrollton. They will attach an exhibit to show specifically where the station at least is intended to be placed, but both agencies recognize that we may need to change that depending on a lot of various variables, including water lines and other things that will need to be considered. But the general intent is that it would be in the interlocal agreement that there's both agencies, that there's an expectation that we would get down to Carrollton. The location of the DCTA station will be identified, and DART will provide some preliminary cost estimates to upgrade the track from Trini Mill Station, which is currently our terminus on the south, to downtown Carrollton. Currently, DART only needs to operate with a Class 2 rail, but to optimize cost, they've created some engineering estimates as to what it would take to get from Class 2 to Class 4. So that'll be provided as part of this agreement. Next slide. And then once we get through the construction, capital development, the long-term operations and maintenance phase, which would happen when DART is ready to go into revenue service, but we'll have it agreed to hopefully much sooner than that DART would provide the insurance for their DMUs and their operations. Of course, we already share insurance, so that would be expected that they provide insurance for their operations. We would follow up with an update to the phase 3, the lease agreement to go from temporary use to long-term use, which would likely impact our service more. So we have the equivalent of an access impact fee that we would charge DART that would be included in this phase 3 lease agreement. And in addition to the lease, there would be a phase 3 operating agreement for the long-term use and cooperative agreement between the two agencies. And that would be put into a long-term lease that would be agreed to by both parties. And then basically DART would, item 5 here, DART and DCTA would have our contract rail service operators develop the joint use plan to ensure safety and reliability, and both agencies would have to sign off on that agreement. So where we are now is we currently have stateside working on the draft temporary lease or short-term lease, if you will, and we're putting together an appraisal for what we would expect to charge DART that will be shared with this board and the DART staff and of course their board. And during the same time that that's going on, DART is drafting the initial interlocal agreement that should have all of these terms and conditions that we've discussed with boilerplate and additional paragraphs associated with these to codify what the intent of both agencies are through this interlocal agreement. So that's where we are, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions, comments?
Just thanks for the update. Sounds like it's going well.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, it's been going well. We're getting down to the memorializing the lease agreements, and you know, I know that Raymond felt that it was important that we try to get into phase 2, just some language, as the board had sort of had some, I don't know if concerns, that might be too strong of a word, but wanted to make sure that we had some language about the intent to get down to Carrollton, and that there's a place for us, and that DART would be, and now DART hasn't agreed to these yet, but that they would give us sort of the delta between track 2 construction, or what's it called, class 2 construction?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, to class 4. So we think that the last couple of meetings have been, you know, very good to really move this beyond the discussion stage to the actual execution of the legal documents, and then to move forward with the construction or whatever we need to do. So anything else you want to add, Raymond, on that update?
Thank you.
Okay, you bet. All right. So that concludes agenda item number 9. Agenda item number 10 is update and discuss the interlocal agreement and facilities lease agreement between the Denton County Transportation Authority. Did we just do that?
We did.
Yes.
We did that. Number 9 was the policy, the investment.
Sorry about that. Yep, I didn't check it off. Number 11, discuss local and regional transportation update and legislative issues. I don't have anything. Board Member Costa or Raymond, do y'all have any updates that you'd like to share at this time?
I do not.
Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. We just want to make sure we still had a quorum. All right, so then we're moving on to our informational packets. And I believe the informational packets are structured as such that you know, we've been given the backup, and you know, we sort of, if there's questions that we have, we can move into discussion. But the first one is monthly financial reports. Who's handling the monthly financial reports?
That would typically be Amber, but unless there's questions, these are provided for information purposes. So
Okay. Any questions on agenda item number 1? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to ridership trend and rail trail utilization report. Any questions on or comments on the backup as presented in the board packet? All right, then we'll move on to update on the proposed amendment to the DART DCTA shared services agreement as it relates to parking at various stations.
yes, let me just make a comment there. As part of the VIA proposal, as you'll recall, we're going to be picking up and dropping off people at Frankfurt Station, at Training Mill Station. DART is also, I've talked to their leadership about including in our existing shared use agreement, the ability to get down to Carrollton Station. So at some point in the future, when DCTA does have service down there, that we'd be able to access that. They're taking that amendment to their board in September. The committee, I think that they have a committee and then committee of the whole. So there'll be 2 board meetings. In my discussions with DART's leadership, I don't think there's an issue there. We're working with VIA also on including DART as an additionally insured on their insurance policy so that we can make sure that we can pick up and drop off as necessary.
Okay, great. All right. We'll move on then to agenda item number 4, request for proposals, RFP 12-12 compensation study. Any questions or comments on that information or that request for proposal? Okay, seeing none. Future agenda items and board member requests. Any comments or requests? Next meeting is September 23rd. Is that when we go back live in person?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I believe there's still some availability for remote, but there's also some stipulation and contingencies. If you're the board chair or someone, you know, you can't lead them. In other words, if somebody could be remote, there's just some things that may apply that would alter possibly the structure of the meeting.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yep. We just go back to the existing law since the governor's order, which suspended the Open Meetings Act, is going to expire at the end of this month, unless for some reason it gets extended within the next week and a half.
Okay. All right, seeing no more comments on future agenda items and board member requests, report on items of community interest. Certainly want to again reemphasize that we're approaching our launch for the Go Zone, and would encourage everyone to, you know, download the app and to give it a shot, you know, give it a ride. We're certainly expanding services in our cities and our member cities and providing additional services that we've heard for quite some time that would be helpful to the community as far as getting down to Dallas and back during games and things such as that. So we're all excited, and we want the community to get excited and to show that excitement through downloading the app, or however we devise a way to get you a ride and to sign up for a ride to utilize that. So I just wanted to sort of give that plug. Any other reports on items of community interest?
No, I will ask Chair Watts and Secretary Burt on the bond issuance. We'll need your signatures on those, and there's going to be a pretty quick turnaround. My guess is probably by Monday. So I'll need to reach out to both of you to make sure that we get your signature.
Okay, and I've
Okay.
talked with Keisha on that to get, yeah, to facilitate that. So, yep, in fact, I'll do that today.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, we've already concluded our executive session, so I believe that that concludes our agenda. And I don't, if I remember correctly, I don't need a motion to adjourn. Is that correct? I don't know why I ask that every time. I should just put a note somewhere.
That's correct.
So, all right, well, then we will adjourn this meeting of the Denton County Transportation Authority on August the 26th, 2011 at 3:46 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Great discussion.